Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA, STL, and 101 ESPN YouTube channels. It is the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett and Chairman Kurt with you on the program, and get involved. Be a friend of the program, however you would like.
What are you waiting for?
Yeah, I kind of on Fridays.
Let's
Doug has always been an advocate of phone calls.
The phone lines are poison.
And I think on Fridays is the day where we load them up. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101, Air Comfort Service. Text line, 314-399-9646. Get involved. Be a friend of the show. And Jackson's Awful Dossier. Oh, I'm sorry. It's been changed. It's now Jackson's Awful Audio.
Ooh, okay.
Is waiting in the YouTube chat and says, good morning, gents. Thank you for a great weekend full of laughs and entertainment, and for all you do behind the scenes to put on a great show. Have a great weekend. And Doug, ruin me.
Okay.
That's from Jackson's Awful Audio in the YouTube chat. Thank you, Jackson's Awful Audio.
That's laying it on a little thick for the leadoff hitter today.
Did
We'll need
TMA
that.
Walrus #1 go through a rebrand?
I don't know if this is now TMA Walrus #1 in the YouTube chat. But John Scores, MD 2020, and a number of listeners will participate in the YouTube chat as they watch us. I'm dressed like Little Red Riding Hood today, and I'm a bad little girl.
Are you really?
I like that. I like that color on that hoodie.
It pops.
Doug's
Pops on the TV.
Doug's grabbing the gong stick. Oh, it's back. Your gong stick's back.
Yeah, we got it yesterday. Yeah. We got it.
It's like a solar red.
Now, this guy is saying ruin me again. Can I ask?
You're going to go back to that?
Can I ask a naive question? What exactly is involved in someone being ruined?
I've been married 13 years. I haven't been doing a lot of ruining. Jackson, I feel like you are our bottle service correspondent.
Ruin me.
Yeah, what does that mean exactly?
Mess up my life. Come in my life and wreck my life, but I'm so passionate about you that I'm okay with it.
Really? To wreck your life?
That's
I
what
don't think that's what they meant.
Well, yeah.
just
I
don't
felt they
know.
wanted to lather you up or something.
Well, I think they're looking to maybe sit funny for a little.
Sit funny?
I don't know.
What in the world?
Maybe I've said,
Jackson, I can tell you're going to have a big show.
maybe I've said too much.
You are dressed as if you're out in the woods chopping logs. I like it.
Still
You
deer
look
season?
rugged.
Manual labor is my middle name.
Okay.
Is it still,
A lot of drops out of the gate.
It's deer season, isn't it, right now?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not.
You ever
not
go-
that much manual labor.
There's our meat and potatoes guy, not knowing it's deer season.
It is. I did know that.
The harvest
Why'd
was
you deny it?
low.
I saw that. They only killed like 68,000.
Right.
When
They said
last year they got 90,000 deer in Missouri.
And they said one of the reasons the harvest was low is the amount of acorns on the ground. So the deer weren't running all over
Yeah,
the place.
I
They
heard
were
that. Yeah.
eating the acorns. They weren't on the move, and the nicer weather, they said.
I can't believe that. I just learned something on this program.
Right,
That's
right.
not really what this show does.
No. Could you shoot a deer? I couldn't do it. I could not do it.
I've shot guns. I've done some target practice. Shot the sporting clays.
Yeah,
but
that's fun.
That's a great question because everybody plays the video games and they're tough. And then when it comes right down to it, I think I could, but
I know that
I'd pause.
it needs to be done for safety reasons. There's too many of them. It's unsafe for drivers, and I understand that, but I can't be the one doing it.
they're walking up and down Ballas at like 7 in the morning, smoking cigarettes like they're everywhere.
Lisa, who Jackson has described oftentimes, a longtime texter on Balloon Party, as a gem. Am I correct? She's a gem?
That's right, Tim.
She says, morning, guys. Happy Thanksgiving week. What a complete tool Keith Law is. Marmol, a vote for MLB Manager of the Year, and he says Yachty isn't a Hall of Famer. What an idiot! That's from Lisa, so she got a little worked up with some caps there at the end.
Yeah.
She's a gem, but then a little worked up about Ali Marmol and Keith Law voting for him third place in the Manager of the Year.
Did you see he was on foul territory being asked about his vote? It's Scott Braun and A.J. Przinsky, Cardinal great, and they had Keith Law on the show. And A.J., it'd be fun with audio. Put it next to the Brady Cook Sports Plus interview. We have it?
The Forgotten Files.
The Forgotten Files. We'll get to the Forgotten Files. But AJ's throwing his co-host, Scott Braun, under the... He's like, hey, Keith, he thinks you ought to lose your vote just for giving Marmol. It's pretty funny because then Keith Law defends it. And he said, you people complaining about a third-place vote need to go out and touch some grass.
Oh. But does he give an explanation for it?
He does.
Okay.
He believes that Ollie did a good job, and he said it's funny because people in St. Louis think he's terrible.
It's all right.
It's Keith Law.
Do we have this audio, or is this in the Brady Cook Forgotten
It
audio?
is.
I'm throwing him an early
Wonderful to have
curveball.
that audio. Doggone it.
It is available. Foul territory with A.J. Przinsky.
You think Keith Law votes like that just to be
Smartest
talked about?
guy in the room,
Yeah,
smartest
just so
guy.
people do have him on their podcast and their shows and everything.
Jordan Walden balloon party is on its way.
I mean, if you just go along with the crowd, nobody's going to think you're different.
I think he believes it, though. I do think there's a difference. I don't think he's trying to be a troll. He basically said it's between Marmol and Carlos Mendoza. Who cares? He is right. Who cares? It's a third-place vote for a manager of the year.
Yeah.
It just sort of stood out that he's the only one thinking that way.
Nate the Great says that Scott Braun is a delicious little dish.
Oh.
Sharon Clayton regarding Doug's hunting comments, quote, I couldn't do it. Bless your heart, Doug. That's another reason I'm a fan. Happy Friday. That's Sharon and Clayton.
No, thank you, Sharon.
I think the show's evolved because now the would you on Friday is would you shoot a deer?
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's how
And it's not innuendo. It's not some weird sexual...
Yeah. No double entendres.
No.
It's just a straightforward question.
I even have trouble with the mouse trap. If you got a mouse and you have to kill a mouse, I know you have to do it, but it's still, I don't
Got
like
St. Francis Assisi sitting over here.
Yeah, look
it.
at you.
I'm a
Assisi.
softie. I'm a softie with animals. I just am. A snake I could shoot. I could shoot and kill a snake.
There's a snake down there.
Yeah.
Now look, in fact, the great book is here.
I've been noticing you bring that in every day.
It's turned into my dossier.
I thought you were going to start reading some passages from it.
No, the true story is I had Uncle Rich sign one for my buddy Matt Offenberg and his kids, and I haven't delivered it yet. And inside, I've been keeping. There's the great Rich Gould's
There it
handwriting.
is, yeah.
Nice.
I've got an autographed copy as well.
I have some of my copy here for live endorsements, and I've been using it as a bit of a dossier.
Like a binder.
I've been using Rich's book as a binder. Matt, I'll get to see you at some point. 2025.
Lisa's back. She said in 2009, he didn't vote for Adam Wainwright for the Cy Young. He's a tool. That's Lisa, and Jackson describes her as a gem.
It's a BFib check-in.
Joe Strauss drop file.
Big day for Joe.
I'd say more of a contrarian, where he has to go opposite of the mainstream
And
just to
is
get
that
noticed.
because he's being the smartest guy in the room?
Oh, yeah, probably so.
No, I don't discount that he's probably annoying at many levels, but I do think sometimes he really believes it. Like he digs in on the numbers. Boy, the skipper was hopping mad about that Keith Law because when that went down, I called him
On which thing?
the Cy Young vote because I think
2009.
2009.
So that was the year Lincecum won and Wainwright and Carpenter finished second, third.
But I think Law left him off the ballot altogether.
That's what Lisa's talking about.
Yeah, no, that's what, and LaRusso was really mad about that. I guarantee if you asked him right now, as a guy, still mad.
I don't think sports writers should have the votes on things like that. That should go to the players, the managers, the people that really know.
But I got to say, sometimes the writers pay more attention than the players and the managers. Even though they're on the field, there's probably a guy in the Cardinals who doesn't know who the manager of the Mets is.
Probably so.
Probably more than one,
yeah.
to be honest.
But they do face these pitchers. They do know who the best
Yes.
ones are. You could have maybe a committee of people that are committed to keeping up with the whole game and vote. But sports writers sometimes have, gripes against a certain player who didn't give them an interview that they wanted. I'll never vote for him for anything. Not to say a lot of them do, but it only takes one or two to make a difference in the voting.
Well, it's slightly related, but you see Bob Kraft can't get in the Hall of Fame. And all these owners like Jerry Jones get in, and Bob Kraft's teams have been dominant, but I think it goes back to Deflategate. They sued the league, or there was a lot of nastiness between the Patriots and the league.
The massage didn't help him much.
I don't know if they care about morals at the NFL level.
I would agree with Martin's assessment on that. If
Jerry
anything,
Jones,
that
the
might make him
moral
a pro
authority.
vote. Yeah, I saw that he was left out, and a gentleman named Bob Hay from the Cleveland
Plain Dealer?
Cleveland Plain Dealer from 1918 made it through as an owner, not Bob Kraft.
Who wants that text name? Bob Hay.
Bob Hay. Send in your request to be
available.
Bob Hay in the Air Comfort Service text line. On the program today, Joey Vitale, our Blues interview at 8:15, and the Colonel, Gabriel Petey. Armin, Doug, you are heading to Starkville for what you call the biggest game in Missouri football history.
I think so, because if they win, they could catapult into the top 4 or 5.
Nice.
They'd probably be ranked 4th, I'm thinking, with a win over Hale State.
If Alabama can move up 3 by beating Mercer, just imagine what a win in Stark Vegas could do for the Fighting Tigers.
Game changer.
So that is coming up on our dossier. In addition to the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, you can email in to compete against the greats the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. And you are welcome to participate in the YouTube chat as well, where 6 Paths says, touch grass. Buddy needs to touch a baseball game outside St. Louis. Braves are the only team in Major League Baseball history to make the playoffs with that many key injuries. Brian Snitker could have gotten that vote, bozo. So that's in the YouTube chat right now. Not happy with Keith Law there either.
It's a strong argument.
And he
also
wants Brian Snitker.
And Dave Roberts hardly got any love at all. His team only won the World Series. I know he had the biggest payroll and best players, but he won it.
But there's a narrative in baseball, or a belief or knowledge that the front office hands Dave Roberts the lineup every day. And I just wonder if enough writers have heard that. They thought, well, maybe he doesn't deserve the award if they're handing it. He gets a dossier, Doug, every day with the full lineup on it.
I think you get something similar with, like, when you look at SEC Coach of the Year, it's rarely the team that's like one loss or no losses.
So therefore it's going to be Clarkley?
Yeah, it's like the team that's most improved, the team that no one thought was going to be good, but they were good. They get Coach of the Year. And maybe that's right, but like when you look at Kirby or when Saban was there, like probably the two best coaches in the SEC.
Yeah, couldn't Saban have won that award almost every year?
Right. It's kind of, it's like a MVP fatigue, like when someone's so dominant in any sport and they keep winning MVP, it's like, all right, let's look at someone else.
Nate the Great, who earlier said that Scott Braun is a delicious little dish, said Bob Ramsey was also hopping mad. I was on the 101 street team when they had Keith Law on the fast lane, and Rammer dressed him down so aggressively that Keith Law hung up and called wonderful legislator Chris Gardner to tell him to never call him again. Oh, that's from Nate the Great.
Gosh.
I'd love to have that audio.
Yeah, for real.
The street team. Tim, is that how you started? You were on the street? You worked your way up?
No, my dad just bought me a station.
Okay.
Right, it's easier that way.
Doug, you don't know anything about Schaefer Door Company because I got him as the sponsor of the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app, and that's at Jason Gosrow.
They would like to take care of your garage door if you have any problems. If you don't have any problems, never mind. But if you do, and sooner or later you will, the garage door is the largest working part in your home. Sooner or later, something's going to go wrong, as it did with mine. My garage door was about 25 years old, and I thought, oh, no, I'm going to need a whole new door. Nope. Schaefer Door came right out and said, nope, you don't need a whole new garage door. You just need a strut. And they replaced the strut. Now it works perfectly. Very quiet and smooth. That's what they can do for you. They won't try to upsell you something you don't need. That's not how they work. They know that that's not good for business long term. So whatever the problem might be, they are there for you. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile. It's a business that has many family members working there, and they have for years, are big enough for any type of job, small enough to talk with a person every time you call. Service techs, as I said, are not commission-based, and that's big. And if you run a big business, have warehouses with those big giant doors, yep, Schaefer Door is experienced in those types of jobs as well. Their website is schaeferdoor.com. I'm going to go ahead and spell that. SCHAEFER, one F, and door, you're on your own with that one. schaeferdoor.com, or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
From the 636, the garage door is not the biggest working part in my house, Dougie, and then heart emojis sent to you.
Well, what else would it be?
Call in, Callier and Thompson phone lines, and you can talk directly to Doug about that 314-974-0101. And
all right, give me that hand.
There's Stingray, big Mississippi State fan, and you know he is buzzing down in Starkville. Colonel's going to get you ready for it, and most likely we'll just talk about other college games this weekend, including the Hoosiers. Is that spread up to 12.5 now?
So I saw it.
Woo, cats and dogs started at 9.5.
Would that be PD Public if I hopped on the Hoosiers, or do you think
is the public on the Hoosiers?
I don't know. Do you think that the public's on?
Well, we have that information's out there, right?
Yeah, but it's early polling here.
Doug, what do you think the money is on this game?
Well, the public is definitely rooting for the Hoosiers, I would think.
Yeah, I agree with that.
What do I think the line is?
No, the line's 12.5, but who do you think the volume of people, not the money, the number of people, where do you think the people are betting right now?
I'll say it's on Ohio State.
I would agree with you on that. What do you think, Martin?
I think everybody thinks they're going to roll them. Everybody in the country is saying, hey, Indiana, it's a cute little story, but it's over.
I wonder if the sharp money is on the Hoosiers getting 12.5. But if that were the case, I don't know if the spread would be moving 30% that direction. Jackson, what information do you have?
First, I'm seeing 11.5 right now.
Whoa, moved down.
And then public volume, almost 60% on the Hoosiers.
On the Hoosiers?
What are the sharps on?
About 55% on the Buckeyes.
Okay, all right. Yeah, that's
an 11 a.m. start tomorrow, Tim. Not to feed into all of this negativity I get from you guys, but a friend of mine's on that crew, and he said they were doing a game a couple weeks ago, and Utah was one of the teams, and they're in the production truck early, and he said the Utah guys, they have a camera on everything. He said, we saw them walking in, they were all yawning. He said, so we all decided to wager against them because we could tell they weren't really awake.
Oh, was this Utah, Colorado last week?
Maybe it was last week, but he said the players were
because that was a 10 or 9 o'clock start in Boulder.
10, I think. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, 10 o'clock. It would have been 10 o'clock in Boulder. And they had just lost the heartbreaker with the controversial officiating against BYU. They were without their quarterback. I think they're on their third-string quarterback. That was in the Joe Strauss category of hashtag free money. All right, last night at Enterprise Center, I wonder if we were a crossbar struck away in overtime away from a significant moment in Blues history. I will give you my theory. Yes. Along with the Athletics trade rankings as far as players on the potential to be going away. And the Blues have a couple of players on that list from the Athletic. All of that is coming your way next. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen in the Munganess. St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. You are listening to 101 ESPN. It's TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett. Chairman Kurt is manning the phones. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. You remember the non-ling Doug, friend of the show, part of the International Brotherhood of Nitwits. Mm-hmm. I think that was like circa 2010 to maybe 2012 with producer Joe. They had a union, Martin, the International Brotherhood of Nitwits, IBON.
And he was so straight that he earned the nickname the non-gay.
That's correct. Mm-hmm. And he's a big hockey fan, played the game, still plays, I think, in this pond hockey tournament up north. And we were texting throughout the day about the Blues and the potential. Because I was just sensing something with Jeremy Rutherford's column yesterday. I think Jeremy Rutherford headed to Manhattan with a little, hey, in case this happens, I told you about it column. That's what I think it was about with Jim Montgomery. Now, I might be off the mark. And then the Blues come out and they score a goal within 12 seconds last night against the San Jose Sharks, which were fresh off of a game in Dallas the night before and not a great organization as it is at this particular moment. And the Blues have the 2-1 lead after Cairo gets his 6th goal in the second period. And it looks like, okay, they're going to win. Probably not going to do anything before they head up to New York to take on the Islanders, Rangers, and Devils. And then with 8.8 seconds, oh my goodness. And I thought if they have another one of these late giveaway games and they only pick up a point against this team, I wonder if Doug Armstrong would do something. And I think other people are thinking that, and I realize they're not going to do it now that they won in penalties. But When that puck went off the crossbar in overtime, I thought, my goodness, I wonder if that was a sliding doors moment. Martin, do you know what a sliding doors moment is?
If it had gone one way, things would have changed dramatically, but it didn't.
That's right. But there was a film with the delightful Gwyneth Paltrow, who's going to join us in the 9 o'clock hour.
Who is she?
It's a surprise.
From 1998, titled Sliding Doors. And so Jackson will pose the question, is this a sliding doors moment? With that established, they get the win. Now they head up to New York, and Jordan Binnington ties Mike Liute for the all-time Blues goalie win total.
I think it made it more exciting, didn't it, for Benner? Because the way the game ended, he got the final save. It's not the way you want it, Tim, but it was exciting because Binnington makes the final save, and with that tied Mike Liute, his agent. He said after the game that Liute told him, come on, get this done. You're killing the buzz. Because we've been talking about it for a couple of weeks. Had they lost that game, absolutely brutal. Would have been a 5th straight home loss, which is adding to their misery. I still don't think Bannister would have been fired yet. I do think Montgomery, and a lot of times when the narrative grows, it's real. Montgomery, they thought was going to get fired in St. Louis the night they came back and scored 3 goals, beat the Blues a couple of Tuesdays ago. Mm-hmm. Boston people thought Monty's about to get fired. Then they beat the Blues with a nice comeback, and then he gets fired a week later. So it's
after losing to the Blues on that Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, so it was building. I think Bannister's job is tenuous at this point. I think that's fair. I think the Montgomery thing is appealing. I still think Army's going to hang in there a little longer.
And when you say a little longer, if I said he will be the coach for the Winter Classic, would you say yes or no? Yes or no?
Will Drew Bannister be the coach?
Well, I put the man to the test. Doug, I love putting the man to the test.
Well, I know the schedule by heart, so I'm walking through it in my head.
Right, of course. Got the Flyers on that Saturday after Thanksgiving, and I know you think that's going to be an important game.
I'm going to say yes. I think he will.
All right, Doug.
I think he would have been in trouble had they lost last night. San Jose might be the worst team in the whole league. And if you lose at home to them when you're already struggling, they had only won 3 of their previous 12 games. And if you lose to the worst team in the league at home, I think that could have been the catalyst to make a move.
And it's another third period blown lead.
No.
So you have that. It also appears he only trusts about 6 guys at the end of game at the moment. Also, I think of note, starting with the fourth line. The fourth line delivers with a goal 12 seconds into the game. But there are a number of little pieces that construct a bigger problem. And I think when it's all said and done, I think Jim Montgomery wants to be here, and I think that might be the thing that for Doug Armstrong, okay, he wants to be here, and he understands this thing probably isn't close to being as competitive as another organization would be where he could go right now. But if he and his wife, who's from St. Louis, and their 4 children want to be here, and we know that we're probably not going to be able to get a better coach in a couple of years when this team actually is in a spot, ideally, to be back in the mix to contend, then it would make sense to make the move now. We just got to give him a runway and understand that this is going to be a process. So that's why my action is on he's going to be the Blues head coach. It's just a matter of when.
What about a debut at the Winter Classic?
Oh,
that would be some good.
Wrigley Field. What Blues head coach debuted at a baseball stadium?
Oh, will you be suspicious if he is hired in the next day or two as vice president of special projects?
It seems like that's becoming an impressive job in St. Louis sports.
Like he'd just be lurking there. We lose one more game and this guy's in.
Well, because of what Tim's pointed out, I think it's true that he wants to be here, and I think there's mutual interest. If he gets an offer, does he call Doug Armstrong and say, listen, or the agent says, listen, we're thinking about it. They called from so-and-so, and what are you thinking here? Because before he makes the move, we want to give you a little right of first refusal. I mean, when I called you guys and begged to come on the show.
Right, I remember that conversation.
And then, Tommy's like, who is this Milton guy that keeps calling? And I said, hey, Joy 99 keeps calling. What are you guys going to do?
You always use Joy 99 as your stalking horse.
Yeah, because I feel like that's one place I will never be offered a job.
Why?
Just don't think I'm their DNA.
Oh, okay.
I don't think so. But I mean, I believe in joy. I believe in positivity, of course. It's interesting because over the next month, you're probably going to have to make some kind of decision if you're Doug Armstrong. Like if you want this guy and if you think he's the guy for the next few years and you know him really well, you probably, and you could even say it's, when Joe Madden got the Cubs job And maybe even when LaRusse got the White Sox, they fired guys that were considered pretty good.
And I think it might have been the same guy each time.
Yeah, actually, it was
Rick
Rich.
Renteria.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Rick Renteria, yeah.
And they basically said, so-and-so's doing a great job. We really like Renteria, but we got the guy over here that we really want. So it could come down to it where Armstrong, who's not afraid to make tough decisions and look you in the eye and say, here's why we did it, I don't think he'd be afraid to do that. I just think he wants to make sure that it's fair, that if this guy can't get it done, Bannister, I just don't think he's decided for sure.
I actually think that they have, but I could be off the mark on that. On that one, I have no reason to believe that. But with the Montgomery in the mix last year, I think that's very transparent, considering Bannister did not get the job until the Leafs lost to the Bruins in the first round. I also think a piece of information that is of note from the termination of Jim Montgomery Tuesday in Boston was that Don Sweeney, who is, up in charge up there in Boston, in the press conference said, I didn't really want to fire him. I actually came to him with a contract extension, and he didn't want to sign. That I think, is an important piece of information. I realize most people in St. Louis.
And that's why you fired him? Because
no, it wasn't that. But I think if he had signed him to an extension, then the organization's committed to a 2, 3, 4-year deal with him. And then now you're paying dead money to a guy. No organization wants to do that. No business wants to do that. And so once he did not sign that extension, it made it easier for him to be the scapegoat for a roster that is underperforming. And so he was the guy that they parted ways with.
I actually was on a Zoom last week, and the Battlehawks announced that Montgomery was fired, and that's how he found out. His kids were watching a Battlehawks Zoom.
Boy, this Battlehawks Zoom had a lot of meat to it.
By the way, Anthony Beck did not get back to me yesterday, but then Brian Stoll, the great Stoley, emailed me and said, Coach, what did I tell you guys? I'll get an email from PR saying, Coach said you reached out. He was unable to join us. Tim, you know why?
Why?
He's traveling.
Oh, is he?
And that's one of my favorite excuses, traveling. I tried to get the skipper on the radio about a month ago. He said, traveling. And I thought, well, what day? Because I'm open. I got this slot, traveling. What's your favorite excuse to get kids are sick? Kids are sick, traveling.
In our industry, I enjoy on assignment.
Yeah. Sorry,
Traveling covers a lot of hours, though. Because you can say all day, I'm traveling
especially
all
if
day.
you're trying to get to and from St. Louis.
How many people have called into a show from the airport? JR had a hard out, and he still did.
Yeah, that was really, really big time.
He had a hard out, but he was at the airport.
Yep.
I think you can call in even if you're traveling.
Didn't James Carville call in at the McDonald's drive-in?
Yeah, he placed an order for breakfast while joining us, so he didn't appear to be starstruck while on the show with us.
No, it's how
James
serious he
Carville of
was
State
about it.
Farm, right there in Webster.
No, that's James
Carville.net.
Carlton.
Oh, okay.
This is Carville. He's Doug's guy.
Not
Not so
He's
much.
an alien. I swear he's an alien.
Is he an alien? You can call in, talk it over with Chairman Kurt, 314-974-0101, Collier and Thompson phone lines.
Was he on because of LSU? In all seriousness, was he talking college football?
I actually have no idea why he was on now that it's been brought up. But
we used to talk
Buck
politics.
Swope will have to tell us.
Yeah, we talked politics quite a bit there for a while.
Yeah, and James Carville, friend of the program. You're welcome to get involved on the show. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service. Text line, YouTube chat active as the day is long at youtube.com/TMASTL. Watch the show and talk it over with other listeners. That is how you can participate in the program. Jackson has assembled one hell of a dossier here, so I tip my cap.
Thank you.
To Jackson on his dossier. Martin, yesterday, he's your guy, and he was kind of going through it yesterday, and you weren't here in the 10 o'clock hour. I know you had that thing on assignment that you had to go to, but your boy was going through it, and I had to try to coach him up. And, hey, it's great that he cares, but he was going through it.
Yeah, I was traveling at the time, but I think what happened yesterday, we had kind of a lean dossier, and I looked today and I felt like this is a revenge dossier.
This is a revenge.
Like you want content,
This is a bounce
you want
back
audio,
dossier.
I'm shoving up all three of you. Okay,
Yeah,
I've got a full dossier raring to go.
I don't like to judge people on their shortcomings. I like to judge people on how they bounce back.
Hey, it's due time.
Oh, really?
Due time.
Right.
What about the people that never get it wrong and don't have to bounce back? How do you judge them?
Those who are infallible?
Well, pretty close to it.
Yeah, like Braun. Yeah, it's tough. You know, you gotta. That's why you gotta try to find your spots.
I always text Jackson in the morning to let him know that I'm up. Whether
Which I
it's-
appreciate.
Yeah, just so you know, because if I don't, I want him to call me to make sure that I'm up. So I will send random thoughts, or I'll just send like a pizza emoji or whatever. And today I just said Ledoux Blue.
That's right.
And he wrote back, "Due time."
That's right.
And I'm wondering, was that your slogan?
Yeah. What time is it? Due time. And you say that a bunch of
What
times.
time is it?
Due time.
What time is it?
Due time.
Just knock it off.
And after the third one, you say, baby.
Babe.
How many hours of sleep are you getting, Martin?
D-U-E. L-A-D. D-U-E.
Due time.
Oh, do.
Martin, when you work late and then have to get here early, how many hours of sleep are you getting?
I typically sleep from 11:30 to 5:30. And I'm good. That's kind of my.
Yeah, that's
even
not too
before
bad.
this show, I was getting up at about 6. Tim knows. You talked to me, Charlie Marlowe. What was the biggest hindrance to doing the show?
Carpool.
Yeah. Carpool is a big thing.
Yep.
Right.
You remember the old carpool days?
Oh,
don't
yeah.
you?
Yeah. Getting kids to school. That's,
And then getting yelled at by some teacher waving you. You're in the wrong lane. You're going there. Strickland was doing a show with us on the phone. He said, "Hold on, I'm getting yelled at in carpool." It's like,
It's a tradition.
It's a thing. So, yeah, due time is one of those great slogans.
Yeah,
Like,
it's a good one.
it's catchy because every once in a while a company will come out with something. I think it'll be your now. I'm sorry, what? Be your now.
I don't care
It'll be
for
like
that.
a college or a soap. Be your now.
Eric in the Central West End, who Jackson acknowledges is attractive, but he is not attracted to.
Thank you.
Has issued this statement regarding Jackson's high school chant. Wow, so effing lame.
Oh, I like
Gosh.
Texting that in is way cooler.
Doug, we got a little slap fight going on via the air comfort service.
Is it part of the attraction when he pokes you?
No, again, not attracted to him, but
Okay.
physically, tough
Okay.
to deny.
Jackson, you just pointed. What does that mean?
Oh, well, I just did a little.
was a
Oh, you did a
rap.
little, Artie from Larry Sanders Show rap. I like that.
It's kind of a soft rap.
Yeah, it was a
That's
soft
what
rap.
it is, you know.
With a conversation with Franco Pena yesterday, which was incredible. What a great surprise guest, Martin. I would
So you
recommend.
had no
to our
idea,
listeners-
right?
Hell no. No, when you said did Tim, Doug, talk to your former coworker, I thought it was Steve Savard for sure.
Julius Hunter?
But then when he started talking like that, I'm like, wow, Savard's doing voices. Didn't know that was in his itinerary. But then it was Franco Pena. I'm like, oh, there's no way we're going to be breaking for like 30 minutes. And so the clock in the 10 o'clock hour was anarchy. And I apologize to executive producer Mike Ryder and operations director Tommy Matter. And Tommy's like, hey, I didn't even know about it, so you're ratting yourself out. So I
Caesar's going to write about it, I
Much
think.
information.
Well, Franco Pena, when I asked him to do the segment, it's hard to explain what I was looking for via text, but you usually try and sell somebody on it won't take much time. So I said, we're thinking, 10 minutes over the phone. So then when he called me to talk about it, he said, you can't get anything done in 10. Well, what kind of guest is good in 10 minutes? You want somebody who can really, I'm like, okay, that's fine. I said I was underselling it by saying 10 minutes. It's the reverse. I learned this. Bill DeWitt Jr., Mr. DeWitt was supposed to be on the radio with me late in the 2023 season, which was not a glorious year. And so he said, how long are we thinking? And I wrote back, I don't know, 20 minutes? And he wrote back, sounds long. And so then I said, oh, crap. So from then on,
You're always 10 minutes?
And you're lying, but you just say, oh, I don't know, 8 or 10 minutes. And you're thinking, I got a 20-minute spot to fill here. Right. So then I wrote him back. I said, well, we could do 10 or 15. And he wrote back, how about 5? Oh. So then I was driving carpool, September 2020. Tim, was it September of 2023?
Doug, I think it was September.
I'm driving the kids carpool. He calls me, Mr. DeWitt, and he said, yeah, I just thought, there's a lot of negativity that could wait till the end of the year. We don't want to go too in depth, so why don't we just do something couple of minutes? We could talk about the Hall of Fame ceremony. And I said, I don't think we can do that. I just said, I said, why don't we put it on hold? So we put it on hold. So that's when I started lying to the guests.
Then it'll be 10 minutes.
I always say 10 minutes.
10 minutes is the Franco Pena knows the game. Though,
He knows.
And he went, I think 35 minutes, but it was awesome.
I talked to him for 30 minutes yesterday afternoon about the visit.
I'd like to have him on regularly.
He said he had a great time. He wanted to thank all of you. He said, who's this Jackson? What's his name? Jackson? I said, that's the pretty good. He seems like a sharp young guy.
That's so nice. I do really
This is your
appreciate
bounce
that.
back show, Jackson.
Yeah,
This
I really
is your
appreciate
time.
that.
This isn't our time.
It's due
This is
time.
your time. It's
It's
due
due
time.
time.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. I also deep tease, so I need to deliver on my teases. Matthew, Olivier, and Doug. And you say he has Sandpaper in his game. Who is that?
Reddick Fox.
That's right. They are listed as number 12 and number 13 is the most most likely players to be traded per The Athletic at this moment in the NHL season. So they're already shipping players away here for the Blue. Riddick Foxa of the Blues and Saad, excuse me. Keep an eye on that on The Athletic. Rankings list there 2 Blues players, I apologize, on the top 25 players most likely to go. Top of the line, Marcus Pettersson of the Pittsburgh Penguins. All right, it is, let's see, 7:35 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Chairman Kurt waiting by for your Callier and Thompson phone calls. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Well, I got to tell you something. I got a chance to meet with Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage a couple weeks ago, and I walked out of the meeting. I go, I don't know why anybody would go anywhere else. Whether you're looking to buy a home or you're looking out for a cash-out refi, I would recommend Googling the Bagel Loan right now, or you can call his cell phone number. How about that accessibility at 314-324-4440? And he joins us right now to talk it over. And Stewie, I mean, I know a lot of people talking about buying rental properties, and why so many people then go about avoiding it. So give me your insight on that right now, because that's become a hot industry.
You know what, Tim? When people are saying, how can I make more money? I have a job, and I don't have enough time to go and have another job. I want to buy rental properties, but maybe I don't even have a job, or I'm self-employed, don't show any income. How can I go ahead and produce additional revenue for myself when I'm not showing enough money to qualify for the loan? Well, we have a program that we give you a mortgage based 100% on what the rental is going to be on that property. So we don't look at your tax returns. We don't even care if you have a job. It's solely based on what the rental income will be on that particular property. So you go in and say, hey, I got fired. Maybe I'm self-employed. Maybe I just don't show enough income in general. Or maybe my wife steals everything and I don't have any income to show. This is how you can do it. You can go ahead and buy a rental property solely based on what the rental income is going to be. You don't have to worry about what you're showing on income on your side. You don't even have to have that job. It's a great program, a great way to build equity, and a great way to build cash flow. And maybe if you get enough of them, you won't have to have a job during the day. This will be your job in the future, producing yourself a continuous annuity.
Yeah, you cannot go wrong with that. I know a number of people. Our guy Charlie Marlowe, Martin, that's been his game, man. He's built that up.
Player.
That's exactly right. Stewie's talking about something that makes sense. Give him a call. He gives out his cell phone number. I talked to him on his cell phone yesterday. The same exact number, 314-324-4440, or Google the Bagel Loan. It's Stewart's American Mortgage.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Last night in a shootout, the Blues win 3-2. Jordan Binnington tying Mike Liud's record for most wins as a Blue. Off tonight, the Blues will take on the Islanders tomorrow. You can catch that game right here on the home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Pregame at 5:30, puck drop at 6:30. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. You kidding me?
It's the Morning After 101 ESPN. The show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett having a huge bounce-back show. Jackson, you would, and Martin's applauding because he's part of the alliance.
And Patrick Macalata.
Yeah, Patrick Macalata
is a big Jackson guy.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I like to review.
I mean, money recognizes money. Macalata, Horton Watkins. They're probably in some kind of private equity group.
You were in the can, and we had an off-air debate. Is a Macalata in Ladue, or is that Brentwood, Richmond Heights? It's kind of in that weird quadrant there.
I'm going to say Ladue.
It feels like East Ladue to me.
I'm going to say Ladue.
That explains the alliance.
Yeah, it's interesting.
It's an elitist thing as much as anything.
Interesting. Yeah. What did Patrick Macalata have to say, Martin?
He appreciated me having Jackie's back, and then I reviewed history of text, which is my favorite thing to do.
You do really enjoy that. It is a screaming tell.
I like to go back and look, and Patrick at a Macalata had a lot of way to go, Jackson. You're killing it, Jackson. I'm starting to think it might be a burner.
Oh, you think that's Jackson? Jackson is Patrick
He's like, hold on, we're late from a break. He's over there texting.
That would be a power move.
But a lot of the old text, by old I mean 20 minutes ago, said the number one excuse is death of a grandparent instead of traveling or on assignment.
That's a reference to the famed InsideSTL.com Girl Next Door competition. I know you were always a big fan.
I think we went live at Fox 2 a couple times.
Yeah, you did. I remember that. Stu Kleitenic. And unfortunately, when the ladies did not want to attend, their grandmothers would pass away. And Doug, you said what was happening?
We had grandmothers floating like cordwood down the Mississippi River. There were so many dead grandmamas.
From Jefferson County.
So that was a common excuse.
It was a very, if you were a waitress at the Fairview Heights Hooters, heads up if your granddaughter was there. Jackson, you can't get enough. And I mean, you can't get enough of Jameis Winston.
He's the best.
I mean, nothing gets this guy going outside of the National Basketball Association more than Jameis Winston. And when I saw his pregame interview last night, before the Steelers took on the Browns, I thought, we're going to have fun with audio with Jameis Winston. He delivered before, he delivered after. Yes.
After.
And the Browns, in classic Thursday night degenerate gambling land, beat the Steelers, fresh off of getting skull-pounded by the Saints on Sunday. They go and beat the Steelers, a team that, who knows, maybe they'll be competitive for the AFC Championships. Yeah. In the snow game last night, Jackson, I know you can't wait to play your Jameis Winston audio. Just watch Jackson salivate on YouTube. Here it is.
Here he is before the game, pregame on Amazon Prime.
You have said you don't become a Brown until you beat the Steelers. What will it take tonight?
The horse is prepared for battle, but victory comes from the Lord. So I'm dependent on the Lord.
Is that the message to the team?
Day by day, one play at a time. That's the message.
Weather conditions tonight. We're expecting winds up to 15 miles per hour in a wintry mix. How will that impact your ability to throw the ball?
I am so happy and grateful that the Lord has blessed me to play in some snow, to be in true football weather in Cleveland, Ohio at Huntington Bank Field today to give him the glory. It's a beautiful day.
Sure feels like you're playing in the AFC North.
It is. It's magical. Thank you.
Magical.
Gosh. I guess he's positive. Got a positive spirit.
I wanted the Tyson kid to say, thank you for sharing that message. Thank you for sharing that.
And then the Cleveland Browns, with Nick Chubb, late touchdown, beat the Steelers. I would imagine that if you had the Steelers, that means you lost because there's no way in the world the Browns were giving them points. And I would also think 24-19 probably covered the over. I would have to think there's no way that the over was 44 in a snow game in Cleveland with that offense against the Steelers. There's just no way. So that may have been a brutal beat for those of you falling under the umbrella of a degenerate gambler. And if you are, let's share the umbrella. Chairman McKernan, I feel like you were leaning in with knowledge.
Yeah, I think I heard 37.5.
Oh, wow.
At kickoff?
I was
You talking about the total at kickoff? Or you talking about
total
the
kickoff.
Yeah, total.
Which is fascinating because before the Nick Chubb touchdown, you're sitting at 37.
That's what I'm saying.
Unbelievable how
it gives me.
Right there.
I start to feel trembles when I hear about that. I know plenty of people in the audience probably experienced that bad beat right there when Nick Chubb went in for the Browns to beat the Steelers.
George
Thursday night
Pickens
games.
says the Cleveland Browns are not a good team at all. This is the Steelers receiver. He said,
What do you guys try to take away from this loss? What's the message, in the locker room?
Just keep grinding. Like I said, conditions played a huge part in today's game. I don't really think the Cleveland Browns are a good team at all. I think the conditions kind of saved them today.
Oh, thanks for sharing that. I didn't know we had that audio, Jackie. Nice job, buddy.
It's a bounce back show. Patrick
show.
Immaculata loved that sound.
Well, the Browns aren't very good. They're 3-8, but you usually don't say that after they just beat you.
Well, he was also fighting with the defensive back during the Hail Mary at the end.
Right there at the end.
Which he's done before when he was at Georgia. I believe it was against Georgia Tech. He threw one of their DBs against the wall at the back of the end zone.
Probably not the place to say they're no good when they just beat you. Don't you tip your cap every once in a while?
Yeah.
I got to tell you, I understand where he's coming from, though.
Well, he's probably right, but it sounds like
the conditions
a
that
jackass.
mitigate a lot of the things. But some of the most famous games in Browns history where they were on the short end of the stick were in brutal conditions. The drive with Elway. That's been part of the Cleveland misery as a Browns fan. But Jameis Winston will lead them to glory. That is Jackson's guy. That was a guy that was kind of a mess when he was at Florida State. Now he's on the straight and narrow.
Yeah, off the field, but on the field, he was so good. At
he was
State.
sick. Yeah,
he was
if Missouri could have stopped that one play that Auburn kept running, it would have been Missouri against Jameis Winston.
He was so awesome
at the Rose Bowl for the national championship. Oh,
yeah. Wasn't great when he came into the league. It was a high touchdown, high interception guy. Now kind of has this great backup role, but is so funny in interviews and off the field. And he takes videos of him and his family, and he's the exact same guy. I really like Jameis Winston.
Crab legs. That's all that comes to mind at Florida State. Got jammed, and now kids are making $1 million, but he got jammed up over crab. We're talking about crab legs.
That's what got him. Hey, if you are enjoying crab legs, Doug, maybe some of that crab is in your teeth, so you're going to go see Dr. Brandon Pryor.
Ah, that's nice. Yeah.
Took a second.
That was very organic.
That's Missouri Journalism School.
I liked it.
Dr. Brandon Pryor at 100 West Dental, and they have a special for TMA listeners, and that is, if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off an Invisalign package. And with the technology they have at 100 West Dental, if you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with the process. The key thing that Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team at 100 West Dental want you to know is this. Whereas dental is separate from overall health insurance, it causes confusion because people may think that dental health is separate from the rest of medical health, and that's just not the case. Poor dental health can lead to poor medical health. Make sure you get checked out, and you can go to 100westdental.com right now. No phone call needed, and you can check the calendar online for availability and book your appointment right then and there. It's 100 West Dental, a very procedure-specific approach to dentistry on Manchester, in Baldwin, right across from Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, our 7 o'clock hour sponsor, and 100 West Dental, online at 100westdental.com. The program is The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN, and Martin got audio from Anthony Beck replying to A.J. McKernan, eviscerating him as he exited the Battlehawks. We will have that for you on the other side of the break. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Oh, Jackson switching it up. Is this like the remix?
This is the remix.
All right, due time.
Due time. TMA. 101 ESPN.
Tim, what time is it?
Due time. Due time. Due time.
Doug, what time is it?
Kirk time.
Oh.
When does Jeremy Macklin's team try to advance?
Tonight, 7 o'clock at the Wood, and they were, I don't remember the particulars, but they were telling all the Kirkwood people, get your tickets, get them now, hold on to them, because Jackson traveled, like the whole town will be here if they can. Jackson, like they go to games like Battlehawks fans. They just pack the house, so they were a little concerned they might take over the Wood tonight.
So we're going to have that's a few blocks from where I live.
Yeah, you might want to walk on over.
Yeah, see what it's doing.
State semifinals on the line.
That's a semifinal? Or is it a quarterfinal?
If they get if they win, they're going to the state semifinals.
Then that would mean that the Kirkwood-Webster Turkey Day game would probably involve the
JV squad.
The JV teams, which is kind of a letdown. But
yeah, but honestly, Webster football is down right now, so it's probably...
has been for a few. The games aren't even close anymore.
Yeah. It's a little sad. Webster was a powerhouse there for a minute.
And Jeremy Macklin's going to come in whenever the season comes to a conclusion?
I offered that to you because I've not asked him yet. Okay. I told you guys he's coming in, but I'll be honest, I thought they might lose the CBC.
They were 24.5 point under.
And I thought it was the perfect time to do it. Hey, it's Turkey Day week, and I just love the fact Macklin played in the NFL, high-level player at Mizzou, and now he's back at his high school coaching these. I think it's so cool for those kids.
I'm sure it is. Kerry Davis did the same thing. I love it. When Kerry coached against Macklin, I went to the game a couple of years ago. Took my son, who was probably 4 or 5 at the time, and got a chance to see that. I'm like, man, there's 2 guys who played in the NFL. Coach of one guy won in a Super Bowl. Another guy, is playing with a variety of teams, Chiefs, Eagles, and the whole thing. And here they are coaching, in high school, just because they love the game, and I think they also love the opportunity to help, guide guys at a critical time in their lives when they're in high school. Now, A.J. McKernan didn't appreciate how he was led by Anthony Becht at the end, and we played some audio. Do you still have that on the dossier to give the listeners who are not familiar with this? He appeared on, what was this, Gene Siskel has a podcast or something like that?
It's Gene Siskel, and he talks SEC football.
Gene Siskel is still around?
It was like Rogers and Scissors or
McCready and Siskey.
Rogers and Scissors. And he was talking about his exit from the Battlehawks. Now we're going to have the Anthony Becht response because A.J. McKerran's not happy with Anthony Becht. But first, we're playing McKernan to refresh listeners' memory, or you might not have heard it. Here it is.
It was a little, you could tell tensions were high on the phone call. Becht was probably pissed that I was talking to other coaches or just hearing from other coaches that they were, going to trade me. And he got in his feelings a little bit and said, well, I'll just turn y'all in for tampering because that's against the league. And he tried to assume who I was talking to. And so I told him, I said, you can't assume because you don't know. And he named one coach that he knows I'm friends with. And especially because we've talked during the season to him on the phone. And so I said, Beck, you can't assume anything. But I said, listen, we have a friendship, a relationship, and they wanted to let me know. I appreciate that. But so it just kind of went from there to, with the tampering deal kind of pissed me off a little bit. And then it cooled down and he said, hey, well, I want to send you out the right way. I want to, we're going to make a post eventually. It'll be some time and we'll get back in touch with you so we can allow you to, make a post with us and put it out there and show your appreciation for the city and all that.
So that's what the plan was, per A.J. McKernan. And then, as he would go on to say later in the Gene Siskel podcast, that he...
on a show at like the ESPN affiliate, because I actually listened and the return is our voice guy. Oh, wow. So it's part of the family, and this is Coach Beck.
Dan Grasser Show.
Well, listen, and I said this in my quote through our social team with our Battlehawks social media, and I said it to him, and I said it to the media in our press conference that listen, I'm incredibly thankful for AJ coming and playing for us 2 years ago. I recruited him, I sold him a vision. And I believed in that, he could be a guy that could help us and give him a platform. He's a guy that didn't play a lot of games in the NFL. He was, kind of getting banged up, injured, and the guy's been a warrior and a winner his entire college career. And I just felt like, man, he would fit, for me and our team as a first-year head coach, a guy that could come in and really, given the platform and the opportunity, if he went out and did his thing, he could take advantage of it. And he did. And, I didn't know if I'd get him back for another year. The plan was 1 year, and then we'll see what happens. And then, then he reached the NFL again. He became ultimately a backup for the Bengals when Joe Burrow got hurt. His kids got to see him play in our league and that league. So, man, just, honestly, what a great situation for him. And, listen, there's no easy way to do these things. I mean, this just wasn't, like I said before, performance-based decision. This is a league of opportunity. We gave AJ an opportunity. He took advantage of it. We're lucky to have him back for year 2. And, he got hurt at the end, and it was a tough deal. And, I kind of watched him. He played hurt. I mean, I gave him a lot of credit, man. He's one of the toughest competitors I've ever been around. And I don't have a negative thing to say about him. I love his family. I love what he's done. And again, and I told him all this in our phone call when it happened and when we made our decision. So, listen, AJ's going to go about it the way he wants. But, from my end of it, man, I just, really grateful to have him. And, listen, it does make it harder to find a replacement because, just like we allowed him to get the opportunity, I want to give somebody else that same opportunity, to play for the Battlehawks and fulfill their dreams as well.
Fulfill their dream. I'm confused. Did they want him on the team? He said it's not performance-based. Kind of like when Mike Schilt got fired, they said it has nothing to do with on-field results. If it's not performance-based, and you talked about how now we got to go find a replacement, did they just get rid of him because they were ticked off that he was talking to other... Nobody gives a rip about the Battlehawks in New York, but they're talking about it because I think it's A.J. McKernan, which is why you want him as your quarterback because he's a name brand. And what they're saying is that it's not performance-based. So I still don't understand how they got sideways about him not being here, not about how they handled it.
And Beck doesn't dispute the fact that they had a conversation, but McKerran's whole thing was the conversation was that they were going to part ways, and then there was going to be a step in which they both announced it together, and then he found out through his son that they announced it without talking to him on Instagram, and that's why he was pissed. He wasn't pissed that they were going to go in a different direction. He kind of expected that. And I don't understand. I still don't understand. Guess we need to send another text to Coach, and then Stully will email you.
Yeah. Is Coach still traveling today? Because we're here till 11. I could postpone some things if you could call in between now and 11.
Dustin Salyers, owner of the 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance, our 9 o'clock hour sponsor, is a high school football coach. He also is in business with Pierre Desir, former NFL cornerback, and he said Jackson will bring up, no lie, thousands of people for that game in Kirkwood tonight. And I said, so what do you think? They're going to have like a capacity crowd? He said, no doubt. All tickets are online, though. And so it is going to be quite a scene tonight in Kirkwood for that game with Jeremy Macklin coaching to try to get the Kirkwood Pioneers, a team that wasn't doing a whole lot, I don't think, Doug. I know you're an alum before he came in there. And who knows? Maybe they were about to go on a run. I mean, if you beat CBC, you got to have something going on.
I mean, that's a state favorite,
every year.
CBC. And then you go to their place and beat them. And I know we're not doing a prep breakdown because it's not sponsored yet.
Right.
But Kirkwood's won 6 in a row. They've only lost twice, and it's by a combined 6 points. So, Doug, your squad, it's Kirk time?
They're pretty good.
Kirk time. And the quarterback's 6'6", Owen Nestlitz.
Yeah, tall guy. He's been the quarterback for 2-3 years.
His dad was the AD, or still is the AD over there. Yeah. If that game, and I'm being serious, if that game were on TV tonight, would you watch it?
Yeah, I actually would.
Okay.
I'm thinking about going to it, actually.
But I'm saying if it were on TV, I think it'd be pretty entertaining.
Yeah.
If Jackson brings in thousands of fans, I don't know where everybody's going to park.
How many people? They got that people park on side streets, but when they're just having like a normal game, much less something like this. And how many do you think that thing holds?
About 5,000, maybe?
Probably, but it's a kind of a big bowl, so you can have a lot of people standing, I guess. They may bring in some portable bleachers for that. But the school, if you don't know, is like plopped right in the middle of a residential neighborhood. There's not a whole lot of places to park.
That's what I would compare. Martin, do you ever go to Foxborough?
Yes, middle of nowhere.
And I remember driving there, like the Rams would stay in Providence. We stayed in Boston because it's about equidistant. and I felt like you were driving through Kirkwood, and all of a sudden there's an NFL stadium. And I went to the old Foxborough Stadium when the Rams played them on Sunday night, the year that the Patriots beat them in the Super Bowl. That's what the Kirkwood Stadium reminds me. Well, Jerry Macklin's got to have himself a little story here.
I'm going to ask him if he wants to hop on here.
Yeah, why not? Friend of the show, surprise
We've had
guest
him on
line.
before. Yeah, in
Well,
person.
That's right.
I'm not going to remind him of that.
Yeah, because you went after him about the uniforms for Missouri, and I don't think he liked it.
Well, he's got to get over that. We've got to get back to the uniforms.
Doug, could you tell us about Munganess, the sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour? I think you could.
Yeah, of course I could. You need to be driving an Acura or Toyota. If you want true happiness, you'll find it at Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. It really is a nice thought when you have a car guy. You know where you can go to get a great deal on a new or used car and to get your car serviced. Because sooner or later, you're going to need some service. You're going to need maintenance. And Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota are both just champions at doing that. They've even provided us a special number where you can call to reach one of the muckety mucks, and they will make sure you are taken care of because you're listening to this show. And I'm going to give you the number right now. Here
Do
it
it.
is.
Yeah, do it.
314-252-0029. You did not write it down.
Yeah,
write it down. 314-252-0029. You dial that number, and they will take great care of you, whether it's Jamie Burkhardt or Peter Munganess or Ryan Seiberg, who runs the service department. That's where I would take my car anytime at all that I need problems. That's where I go. And then you don't have to worry about it because, you know, these guys are absolutely first rate. And let me tell you, the waiting room, they've got some snick snacks.
Boy, howdy.
Boy, dude. You can say, you kind of hope it takes them longer to get your car ready to go because
Just
you're
so you
eating
can
snick
eat?
snacks. Yeah, you can eat, and they got drinks there, too. It's just a fantastic place. Really great,
I'll have a
great
scotch.
dealership. Well, I don't know that they have a scotch,
You're the one who said it.
but they could get you some sody. They can get some soda
Scotch and soda.
or some water. Yeah,
I'll
or
have it
drinks.
neat.
Yeah, there's plenty to drink. You won't need scotch. It's not really a party venue. There's not a disco
Yeah,
ball
we'll
or
stop
anything
lying
there.
to the audience, then.
That could be coming soon, but for now,
I'm going to walk in today and say, I don't even have a car, but I'd like a scotch.
people aren't going to the bars anymore. They're going to Munganess St. Louis Acura for the scotch and the dances that break out there in the waiting room. But it's just a fantastic dealership. Let me go ahead and give you the websites now. stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. Just the absolute best. We've worked with them for several years now, 7 or 8 years now. And every time we go, it's just a fantastic place to deal. And you're going to love them at Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota.
Yeah, that's Jamie Burkhardt. That's Peter Munganess. And in the service department, that's Ryan Seiberg. Joey Vitale's joining us at 8:15. We'll get his perspective on last night. Was that a sliding doors moment for the St. Louis Blues organization? Would there have been a move made at head coach if the Sharks would have wound up winning that thing in overtime? Coming up, we have the drops of the week. Doug, it's a chance to look back on the week that was on TMA with pride, not with disappointment. With pride.
I don't know. Sometimes it gets put in there out of context.
Nope, that is not true, and it's coming up along with Joey Vitale. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL and 101 ESPN YouTube channels. Welcome back. TMA 101 ESPN. Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt Manning, the Callier and Thompson phone lines. 314-974-0101. Compete in the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. It comes your way at 10:45 every day. And we only have 4 more emails of the day brought to you by Seth Goldcamp and Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling for the month of November, because we have today's program and then 3 shows next week, and 101 ESPN is off for Thanksgiving and the day after Thanksgiving. So, well, it's going to be fun, Doug. You're right. JV golf coach is leading Buck Swope by 1. Yeah. And what a leaderboard we have with Alan Dadeville, my cousin Vinny, and blue wallpaper, all with wins. Just kind of shows the depth and the pool of talent right now, Martin, for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day.
Kind of like the 27 Yankees, kind of.
It's very similar.
Dodgers currently.
The whole city's revved up about it.
Thank you. Joey Vitale is going to join us here in a matter of moments on the Blues' victory last night. But before we talk it over with the Blues color man, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our TMA Drops Ups the Week.
Morning After. Drops of the Week.
Yeah, you got to drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Flip that off. And welcome back to the Cover 3 podcast.
Martin's seen enough of my panties for one day.
You come off a bye week and you're jogging around.
I like to hang out with boys in the restroom.
Do you eat ham?
Good morning, fellas. I'm back, and I got a comment on kids.
I'm Chip Patterson, coming to you live at youtube.com/cover3 and everywhere you get your podcasts on demand.
Yeah, watching games is never fun.
Hey, Joe, has Calvin May ever zoomed in on your Monday morning meeting?
Not yet.
Joey's a big fan of his own nipples.
Anytime I open my mouth, I lose.
I'm so sick and tired of looking like an idiot.
Why do they always have to establish whether you're a top or a bottom?
When they said we're bringing Martin Kilcoyne in, I said, why?
It's going to be a slutty Tuesday. I can't wait.
Thanks for hanging out. Smash that subscribe, smash that like, and come and join us in the chat, a.k.a. the Cover 3 Tailgate.
Do you ever have a desire to coach yourself, Bernie?
No.
Because she's pushing my buttons, and I don't like her now. And the next thing I'm going to do is leave. So all of you.
Gary, come back.
No, you.
That was Drops of the Week.
Gary Coleman, that is epic. And I said, why? Did you guys think of Brown's guy last night with the great win? Remember, he had a banquet he had to go to, and he was hopping mad?
That's right.
He was so mad, but he had a banquet to go to.
A lot of controversy behind that audio.
What number can I dial to speak to Doug? That's from Patrick at Immaculata. He wants to call in and talk to you. The number
About
is,
what?
I don't know. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Beware, Joey Vitale is going to be on that number soon, Patrick at Immaculata. And Chairman Kurt, I know you're going to be fielding phone calls, but now you've got a text that's directed for you. Hey, Kurt, what do you think of having your tradesman entrance spat on by a Ledoux mom wearing nothing but a monogram shawl? That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom, so another one of our loyal female listeners.
You know I love you, Dave.
What makes it a tradesman's entrance?
Kurt?
I mean, I'm down for anything. My weekend's wide open.
Is it really?
Yeah.
The only
Gosh, you're going to be hanging out over by St. Louis Country Club this weekend, it looks like now.
I've spent a little time over there. I wouldn't mind going back.
All right.
Drove by.
The monogram shawl will be in play.
A texter, I was talking about the Kirkwood game, said I'd watch it. It was on TV, and I sort of meant like a big-time production, like if it was, and let's go to Jim Nance out of Kirkwood. The game can be streamed online. It's from a texter, and it's signed KG's Sekman, second baseman. Is he new?
You know this guy?
I do know who that is, yeah.
Okay.
I got one, too. It says it's on the Misha TV website, Misha's Missouri State High School Activities Association. $10.60.
I'm not
Pay-per-view.
paying $10.60. I'd pay $10.20.
I bet it works better than Bailey's.
It could.
I like it.
Oh, look at that.
Direct
Look at this, look at that.
Would you pay $10 to watch a high school game on TV?
Oh, crazy.
Easy.
$10?
What if it was Ledoux?
Like if I was a student at the school or I had a child at the school, yeah. But not as a alum of 8 years.
Okay.
Wow. Jackson just went after
I didn't mean to really mess with people there.
Right on our parade there.
Maybe we'll do hoops.
I'll tell you what, never mind.
Yeah, Doug is going to withdraw his question for you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Joey Vitale is going to join us on the other side of the break, talking Blues hockey from last night's festivities. Probably talking about the Christmas party. I am going. I actually got the Evite.
What?
So if you guys did not get it, sorry.
I'll be traveling.
You're going to be traveling anyway. James Carlton presents Gabe DeArmond. He's coming up at 10:15, and he is online at carltoninsurance.net. He's my insurance agent. He has 400 5-star reviews when you type his name into Google, and those reviews all mention the same thing: customer service, involvement in the community, being proactive for the people who do business with him, always looking for ways to save you money. I made the switch to James about 5.5 years ago, and I am so happy that I did. The customer service that James and his staff provide right there in Webster Groves, second to none. Make the switch. They'll do all the paperwork for you. It's James Carlton. 314-961-4800 to go online at carltoninsurance.net. Ladies and gentlemen, that's James Carlton, 314-961-4800. Cucky the Dwarf says this, Martin. It's amazing, and I didn't think it could happen, but it's pretty impressive how quickly Martin ruined the show we all love.
Oh, come on, Martin.
Did I do it?
I think he's a CVC guy. That's cadet on cadet crime.
Cucky.
Ruined me.
Oh,
there's gluten-free perk.
Can you get ruined in your tradesman's hole?
Yeah.
Clip that off. That'll be a drop next week.
I think that's where most of the ruining goes on.
Really?
If I had to guess, if I know what a tradesman hole is.
Clip that off.
I'm not saying I do, but I have an
That's
idea.
Joey Vitale. That's coming up next. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. I was just shown a very naughty picture of a gentleman growing a mustache. And it's on Jackson's phone. Yeah.
Oh, what made it naughty? It was just a picture of a guy's head.
Everything about it was naughty.
Oh.
You see that Scully he was wearing, that orange beanie?
That's naughty, too?
Kidding me?
Ladies and gentlemen, that naughty boy is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, and his name's Joey Vitale. Morning, naughty boy.
What's up, boys? What's going on?
Jackson's got a selfie of you on his phone, and he's showing it around the studio, and I want to know how that came to pass, that you're sending pictures of selfies to Jackson's phone this morning.
I lost a bet with my son. I don't want to get into it, but every now and then we'll gamble. I gamble with my son. He's 11. I'm getting him into the gambling world.
Browns under.
We used to use Monopoly money, but now we have bigger wagers. And every now and then we'll do a 3-game parlay. And dude, at the end of October, he smoked it. It was the Kraken game, a Flyers game, and a Canes game. And of course, I'm being a dad, so I give him the top pick. I don't even look at the odds. I just say, you just pick them. And he took some pretty steep odds on his victories, and he had the clean sweep. And the wager was a mustache for me or a month of loading the dishwasher for him. So I took it like a man. I took it on a chin. I have not made love to my wife in the last 3.5 weeks, which is fine. It's part of the sacrifice. It's part of the sacrifice we as men do when we grow a mustache.
So you're saying that your wife is not enjoying the new mustache?
Listen, do I have a mattress in my laundry room, and have I been sleeping there? Yes. We don't need to get into any further details, guys.
Whoa.
Doug, no more follow-ups.
He already went into a little more detail than what I would have expected.
I kind of enjoyed it. Mm-hmm. I have a few more follow-ups, but we've been scolded by the guest to not ask any more questions. But either way, Jackson has a picture of this, and he's showing it around
happy to have it.
This is the studio.
It's a great mustache.
It is a wonderful mustache, especially with the orange stocking cap. Hey, Joey, last night I was wondering if the Blues would have wound up losing that game, would there have been a move made? That's just my conspiracy theory. I don't even know if it's a conspiracy theory. But when it's all said and done, they're able to get it, win it. And Jake Neighbors takes care of business. Binnington ties Mike Liut. And then at the same time, if the guys are thinking that and they come out and they score a goal in 12 seconds into it, do you think that's lurking around the room with the potential for the Blues, Drew Bannister, Jim Montgomery situation that plenty of us are talking about?
Well, I think it's a fair question, Tim, because you look at Drew Bannister. Let's look at the carousel for the coaches in the National Hockey League right now, where Drew Bannister hasn't even been here a full season, and he's already he ranks number 21 as far as the longest tenure of any coach in the National Hockey League. So right there's 11 teams that have a fresher coach for their team, and with Bannister only being here less than a year, it goes to show you how much turnover there is. So it's a fair question. My answer is that there is absolutely no cause for this. There is no reason to think that Drew Bannister is on the chopping block for a few reasons. The number one reason is that I think that this team is showing really good spurts. Look at these games they're losing. They have lost. They're tight. They're at the final minutes of the game. Maybe it's an overtime, perhaps a shootout. That is a good sign. You look at the Boston Bruins under Jim Montgomery. They were getting blown out by Columbus. Even the games where the Blues played them, the game in Boston, the Bruins didn't have a sniff. And that's a good hockey team with some, maybe even potential future Hall of Famers at one point one day with, Brad Marchand and David Pastrnak, Charlie McAvoy, of course, Swayman, their goaltender, one of the best in the league. So that's a good team that are simply underperforming. The Blues aren't underperforming in my mind. Yeah, there's a couple of clunkers here and there, but I think that their games have been tight. They're a young group. They're still learning. I think Drew Bannister has still got a great pulse for this room. And compare that to Jim Montgomery, where I think he just lost that room. But the biggest reason why I still believe that there is no conspiracy, and I don't think that Drew Bannister's job is in jeopardy at all, is simply because of the injuries. It is what it is. They've been down without their top centerman for a large chunk of the season. They've certainly been down without Broberg, who was maybe arguably your best defenseman next to Colton Parayko. He is still out. The good news for him, I saw him at the rink yesterday. He's off his crutches. He's up. He's moving around. He's starting to skate a little bit, so you're going to get some relief there. But with all that being said, all the injuries, Nick Leddy, Torrey Krug, my goodness, this team should be underperforming, in my mind, way more than they are right now. They are still floating around 500. So they're going to be looking to make another push. But no, I think Drew's got a great pulse for this team, and I think that he's motivating these guys, and they're playing the right way right now. So, no, I disagree with you a little bit there. I think that last night's team, win, lose, draw, whatever, I don't think that Drew's job's in jeopardy at all.
What should happen on that late goal? Wenberg seemingly standing there all alone. Are they backing in to kind of protect Binnington in the net, or shouldn't there be a guy out on him? I didn't play with Sid Crosby, but I'm thinking they should put a body on that guy.
Yeah, we actually call him Sid the Kid, Martin.
Okay, thank you.
It's not a big deal. Let's just clean that up for next week. Did he kind of encroach and get to the middle of the ice a little bit too free? Yes. There's no question about it. I've been in that position. I think it was Ryan Suter who was on that defensive slot with Colton Parayko, the forwards as well. Guys, your job on a 6-on-5 when you are protecting the lead is to protect the middle of the ice. If they want to hang out on the outside on the boards and the half wall, the blue line, so be it. You want 5 bodies. You want 5 bodies in the middle, right? You want that 4 on a die type, or 5 on a die type of look. Now, as the game's going, I think that you started to kind of press a little bit, and you started to feel the angst and the stress. Thomas had an opportunity to seal it. That puck just spun off his stick for an empty netter. Buchnevich missed, by about a foot. Ryan Suter, moments before that, coming out of his own zone, he goes to make a pass that could end up leading to an empty net goal. So 3 opportunities, and he gets stripped from behind. So with all those things that are happening, you're like, oh boy, this is another moment where it's going to come back and haunt you. And as it's 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8, the players know the clock, right? And you start getting tighter and tighter and tighter because what's going to happen? The puck at some point has to get to the net, so you want bodies there to pick up sticks. So that's where, to me, the shrink came from. It's instinctual. Yes, you like to see, Suter maybe be a little bit more aggressive. I think it was maybe Braden Shen there as well. You like to see those guys jump out and get a little bit more aggressive on it. But at the same time, you are protecting the middle. And listen, it was a heck of a shot, too, by Wenberg. And I know both sides were a little bit exhausted, and you start losing oxygen to your brain, and all of a sudden you start kind of making decisions you not normally do. But again, good news is they stuck with it. I love the way they responded in overtime, and then of course getting it done in a shootout last night. Those were 2 big points before they head on the road here for the next 7 of 8.
You say you lose oxygen in your brain. How long a shift can a guy skate real hard before he's just completely gassed?
It's interesting, Doug. I remember talking to Ryan O'Reilly about this. So I think Ryan is one of the best in the game at this. He trains for it. When he's training in the summer, he's training in practice. When he's, he actually pushes himself to the point of his, the beats per minute around that 140, 150. And then what he does when he's so exhausted, he puts himself through stressful exercises where you have to challenge your mind to really think while you're getting less oxygen to your brain. For a hockey player, I would say arguably it's probably around that 45 to 50 seconds. If you're going hard and you're a centerman and you're that rover, if you're going 45 to 50 and you go up and down a couple times, your heart rate is starting to spike. The lactic acid is starting to run, and you just don't get the supply you need to the mind. And that's why when it's late, you see players kind of make these decisions where you're like, what was he thinking? Well, he wasn't. He can't, because of course there's not as much oxygen going to the brain where you can't feed the decision-making part of your brain. But again, I think that Ryan O'Reilly is one of the best. He can go probably a minute, a little over. I've seen him where he makes these shifts and he plays, and all of a sudden you think that he's down and out, and all of a sudden he'll just do something. You're like, wow. But I had the luxury of watching him train and practice every single day and seeing what this kid went through. It's muscle memory like anything else, and I think that certainly these athletes are starting to trend in that direction as far as training their minds that way.
Shen had like a 2-minute and 22, 2-minute 23-second shift.
Not recommended, maybe?
In overtime last night. Whew, cats and dogs.
Yeah. Well, and sometimes coaches have the option to call timeouts too, but there wasn't a lot of whistles there, and it's a tough spot for a coach too, because for Drew Bannister, you want Thomas out there. You want Braden Shen out there. Of course, you want Parayko. Of course, you want Suter. Those are your guys. It's also a fine line, right? I mean, if they've been out there a while and they're not getting a lot of whistles, then you got to go with someone else. And then the decision is, why did you put out that guy in that situation? Well, it's kind of the risk reward of you got to figure out how tired they are. And again, there's no easy decision when you're a coach in the National Hockey League. But I think both groups were probably a little bit exhausted, and it maybe was a little uncharacteristic of them. But I think they did what they could with the moment they had. But at the end of the day, like I said, it was a heck of a response and a team that is willing to stick with it, because it could have gone really bad again. But a good response by getting the 2 points in the shootout there.
I don't want to call attention to it, but I will. I did receive the invite for the Joey Vitale Christmas party.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, and I don't know if Martin or Jackson or Doug or Chairman.
No, I'm traveling that day.
Check my spam.
Jackie, did you get that reindeer outfit purchased?
I have it on. It's on back order right now. I guess a lot of people. So I might have.
You said you were going to be a slutty reindeer?
Well, I was going to be slutty vixen, but that's taken. So I think I'm going to have to change to Prancer.
Yes, you're an alternate for this party at this point.
Can you get a reindeer costume with a willing tradesman's hole?
Yeah. It's a 90-day return policy though, so I'm going to have to keep it somewhat clean.
Okay.
No, I was going to dress as Joey's laundry mattress, but I don't know that I need it anymore. I guess I have nowhere to be and nowhere to go. Yeah. Sounds like a great get together, Doug. What are you doing on that
Traveling,
night?
I guess.
Okay.
I may party at Munganesc,
Get scotch.
That's the place to be.
Yeah, I don't want to be invited to your party. You know what? I decide I don't want to go because I don't need to go, and
your feelings have been hurt.
No, it's fine. I'm over it. I don't care, and I talked to Beck about it. We're fine.
I told you we needed an old gray Santa. I was waiting for you to confirm.
Ageism.
And the good news too, Martin, too, if Santa gets too banged up that night, I have a mattress in my laundry room. You can just get some shut eye here.
See, there you go.
Too banged up. But you're sleeping in there. Did he just invite me to sleep in his bed with him? Tim, is that what you're doing?
I'm not going to judge. I don't cake shame. And if that's what you guys are into, I fully support it. Joey, always enjoy the conversation. Thank you so much, kind sir.
It's the highlight of my week, boys. You guys have a heck of a weekend.
There it is. You too,
try.
Joey.
Thanks,
there he is.
Joey.
It's Joey Vitale with us here on TMA, joining us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, you have something you want to tell us right now, don't you?
About Design Air?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. That's Seth Goldcamp.
Yeah. Man, if you're worried about these cold temperatures that are coming and will your furnace hold up to it, well, you ought to give Design Air a little jingle, call them, and see if they can come out and get you taken care of. Because they do that. They got very speedy service because they know that when your furnace goes down, you need help and you need it right now. Well, that's where Seth Goldcamp and his crew come in. This is a fourth-generation St. Louis business. Been around since 1904 and been around the sponsorship here on this show for a long time, too. They're the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. They are known for their honesty and going above and beyond, and I can tell you firsthand, that's how they've done when they've been out to my house. They also put on those little booties that I like. The workmen come in off the truck, and they put on booties as they walk through your house. I like it. It's the little things sometimes that mean a lot. They'll never upsell you. They'll always give you exactly what you need, nothing more. That's how they train their employees, and they take that reputation very, very seriously. Their website, easy to navigate with convenience of online scheduling now. For all your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. Find them online at designair.net. That air has an E on the end of it. Designair.net. Designair.net. Our longest running sponsor.
Yeah, they are. Seth Goldcamp. Sponsor the email today. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Jackson has he has Who's Grifting and then also When Takes Go Sideways.
Yeah.
I don't know if this would fall into the When Takes Go Sideways because I think that there's merit to the take.
In a vacuum, yes, but given the context and the timing, it's tough.
The audience, and maybe even Doug and Martin themselves, don't know what we're talking about. Are we getting better at teasing? I don't know. I'm working on it. I'm going to teasing camp. We will have the audio that Jackson thinks may be a take going sideways, along with our pick six, in which I led gamblers to a 5-1 weekend last week with my love play. Is there a love play this weekend? It's all coming your way here on the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. This is TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Hey, this is Tim McKernan for Stewart's American Mortgage. Got a chance to talk to Stewie last night. Got a chance to meet with Stewie and his son a couple of weeks ago and see what it is that he does that saves those of you looking to buy a home or refinance with him money. You need to Google the bagel loan because it explains it all there, but it is saving you so much money. And we got done talking and I go, I just don't know why anybody would go anywhere else. And he goes, well, that's the deal. That's what the difference is we save people money. On top of that, Stewie says, hey, I want people to be able to talk to me and ask whatever questions they want. So here's my cell phone number. Give out my cell phone number. And when Stewie called me last night, it was this number. It's not like this is some burner. 314-324-4440. 314-324-4440. So if you're looking to buy a home and you know you're going to get a mortgage, or if you're looking for a refi, call Stewie on his cell phone, 314-324-4440, or Google the Bagel Loan. It's Stewart's American Mortgage.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Raptors defeat the Timberwolves last night, 110-105. RJ Barrett, the Maple Mamba, the pride of Canada, with 31 points and 7 rebounds, also protecting the North with 3 steals. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
You got the power. Yeah, they're playing this tomorrow in the Missouri locker room before the Tigers take on Hail State. Where are you watching the game tomorrow, Doug?
Somewhere in Nashville, so I don't really know.
Are you going to Nashville?
Exactly where I'll be. But yeah.
Are you going to a bachelorette party?
No, hockey tournament, kids hockey tournament.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I leave right after the show here. So.
Playing at Bridgestone?
No, the Ford, their training facility there, the Ford Center.
Oh, God bless. Well, I'll be super fun.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know you had a big trip. Martin, you got a big trip this weekend? Or are you going to go over to Kirkwood to see that Jeremy Macklin?
I'll probably watch it online.
$10.99.
Honey, what are we doing tonight? I'm on the Misha. Can I get a password for the Misha website? Get on here. But Doug didn't invite any of us. We could have loaded up the whole crew.
A little disappointed. I could have done a remote. But we have the, Martin, not we, you have the game of the weekend on the 2 Fox with Indiana traveling to Columbus, the number now 11.5. Ohio State minus 11.5. I'm sure that's included in Jackson's pick 6 for us coming up. And I was listening to Reese Davis and Joey Galloway. It kind of, I don't want to say it got heated like it was tense, but they were passionately arguing about Joey Galloway's opinion, the former Ohio State receiver who's on the college football coverage on ESPN, insistent that Indiana should sit there. He's not up there with Travis Hunter or Genty at Boise State, but he is in the mix for the Heisman Trophy as far as like a guy who could get an invite. His name's Curtis Rourke. He's the Indiana quarterback, and he says they should sit him because they have nothing to gain because they're currently given 96% to make it to the college football playoff, and the only thing that could blow him up would be is if Rourke got hurt, like what happened last year with Jordan Travis at Florida State, and then it would be used as an excuse to keep Indiana out. Here is Reese Davis from the ESPN College Game Day podcast with Joey Galloway and Doug. This is what Jackson calls a take going sideways.
Okay, I'd love to hear it. Hit the lever, please, Pale.
Because what you said is that if you were Indiana and the playoff predictor says that you have a 96% chance of making the playoff, even if you lose to Ohio State, and the one thing you couldn't have happen would be to lose your quarterback, that you would sit Curtis Rourke for Ohio State. And I can't wrap my head around this. That's not really, why would you say that that's something Indiana should do?
After watching what happened to Florida State last year with Jordan Travis, a team that was absolutely about to be in the playoff, their quarterback gets hurt, and now they're out of the playoff. So when I look at this now, I'm being 100% serious. If I'm Indiana, I am considering not playing Curtis Rourke. If I'm Indiana, let me ask you, if you're Indiana, which one is more important to you? Beating Ohio State or going to the playoff? If you could pick one, if you had to prioritize one over the other, which one would you say is a higher priority?
Beating Ohio State.
Then you got to play Rourke.
And because you go to the playoff if you do that. I understand what you're saying, that if you were in an either-or situation, you're choosing it. But here's why I say it, Joey, and here's why I respect your right to say this, and I understand where you're coming from. But a couple of things. Indiana is in a position right now to win the Big Ten. And if you put your quarterback on the shelf, then you are saying, we don't really belong. We're trying to sneak in the back door. I think you play to win championships, and you do what you can. The one thing I completely agreed with McElroy, too. If you were to do something like this, it's a culture killer. Everything that Cignetti has built has been about production over potential. You start doing things like sitting your quarterback for the biggest game Indiana's played maybe ever, certainly in our lifetime.
Is that the end of it? Is that what you cut at the end of it?
That's my bad. My bad.
Oh!
I won't.
Listen, we're not perfect.
He wasn't even done with his sentence yet, was he?
You're barking at the wrong dog, Doug.
I got to tell you, I knew what was going on there. I knew Chairman Kurt cut that, and I got to tell you, right there was a moment because Jackson took the fall for Chairman Kurt. Jackson's got to wear a C on his sweater, Martin. You got the right guy in your alliance.
At the end of the day, the audio... the buck stops here, and by here I mean right here in this spot.
Truman.
So Chairman cuts, it doesn't matter. I got to listen to it. I got to make sure it's good. And if there's an inconsistency in the editing, that's on me.
Wow. All right. Well,
this is Ryan O'Reilly over here.
I thought this got
he played for the Blues, by the way.
That's right. Orange hair. What's that?
I thought it got contentious between the two of them. That they really.
When did the take go sideways? Did he? I was waiting for somebody to back off their take.
I think the original take is sideways.
Well, there's that, and then it got, as it went on, I walked in here today, and I said, hey, has anybody listened to it? Chairman Kurt has, but Jackson asked for the time code for it. I said, I don't know. I mean, it goes on throughout. As the podcast continues, it does get a little more heated, for the record. Either way, it comes down to this. Do you think his perspective is reasonable? Do you think his perspective is asinine?
Galloway? I think it's asinine. You got the biggest game maybe in the history of Indiana football, and you're going to tell your fans, you're going to tell your team, oh, we'll take this guy out. We're not going to play. You just don't do that. You don't go into the biggest. You play to win. Coaches, players, they think that way. I understand logically he might be correct, but there's 0% chance anybody involved with sports would ever do that.
Now, I was thinking the same thing, and as I continued to listen, later on in the podcast, as Galloway and Davis are getting a little heated, and I think Davis views things more through the traditional lens of college football, which I would imagine most of the people listening to this probably do as well. Galloway says college football is now like the NFL, and we don't challenge a culture for an NFL team when a team has already clinched its playoff spot and they rest guys. And these guys are not committing for 4 years to build a culture. They're mercenaries. They go wherever. We just saw what happened with Michigan and LSU, with the quarterback getting $12 million to go play in Ann Arbor. You know, Missouri is going to have a totally new starting lineup next year, and that's understandable. It doesn't mean anybody's a bad guy. They're going to get paid. God bless them. And so from that standpoint, the Big Ten championship doesn't mean what it meant when they were playing for it in 1968. You want to get to the playoff. And he's saying that if Rourke got hurt, they're already looking for an excuse anyway to keep Indiana out, and he's saying this is the way to make sure that you get into the playoff. The value is greater on getting into the playoff than it is by winning the Big Ten. And Lane Kiffin wondered the same thing aloud earlier this week by saying, I don't know if it's worth it to play in the the SEC championship game and risk injury or risk getting blown out and then not getting into the college football playoff.
It is a culture killer, though. As a player, when you've been around your teammates for a couple of years and the coaches a couple of years, you worked out with them year round, and now you get to the biggest game and say, I think I'll sit this one out. I don't think you could do it. You couldn't do it. And if you get hurt, you get hurt. And then the backup's got to try to bail you out. But you can't sit your quarterback at a game. You absolutely cannot do it under any circumstance.
I do agree, just because, like, if you're going to go to the college football playoff, you're going to have to face teams like Ohio State, and this is your chance to prove that you not only belong but can do something. You don't hang banners for getting into the college football playoff. You do it for making a run, and if you're going to make a run, you're going to have to beat Ohio State or teams just like them.
And what kind of effort are you going to get from the team? If that's you tell them, all right, we're not going to play him, but go out there and give it your best. I think the team would be demoralized. I don't care about culture and building. I think that is an old school, silly thought. I think the kids on this team in this moment want to win that game. They want to go in there and shock the world. That's how they're thinking.
There's no way it would ever happen, but I understand the logic. So, for example, if this were like a video game, I think I would do it. But as far as the fact that these are human beings, and this is truly, I think, I mean, certainly in my lifetime, he cited, I guess they played, I know they played in the Rose Bowl against USC in 1968, but this is it. And I actually think, I've been going back and forth on this, I think there's a chance Indiana can win this game. I really do. And I like the 11.5, but the fact that it's at that number kind of scares me because it's been bet up. It started at 9.5, and the fact that the money, the smart guys, the sharps are moving that thing up, that makes me wonder about it. Either way, it will be part of our Pick 6 coming up here momentarily. But we have do we ever get a guy calling into the show? Our phone lines are just nothing but female callers, Doug.
Yeah, it seems like it.
And Jen is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Jen.
Hello, Jen. Jen.
Well, hi, good morning. How are you guys?
We're fine. You?
I'm doing great.
All
Thanks.
right.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Good.
Hey, I wanted to say hi to Martin first. I just think you're a great addition to the show.
Oh, have you heard what Cucky said?
Clip that off.
I don't care what Cookie said. I think you're a great addition.
Oh, thank you, Jen. We are now in alliance. Would you like to join the alliance that also includes Jackson Burkett?
Absolutely. Yes. I love Jackson as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, we need a female in our alliance, Kurt, if you could work on that.
Yes. Thank you. Hey, I wanted to say how much I love Buck Swope. and the fact that he has mentioned me.
Now I'm losing steam here with my. Well, your endorsement meant a whole lot, and then all of a sudden, you know.
Oh, shoot. Darn it. Okay, I take it back. I love that he's mentioned me several times during the last few weeks, and especially yesterday in his email. And I honestly didn't remember what date I called in, but he nailed it. And it wasn't the end of the month. It was the beginning of the month. So, yeah. I secretly think he wants me to be Listener of the Year.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Yeah.
The Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year.
He would rather you have it than him have it for himself.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
The fact that he's mentioned me as many times as he has, I think that he secretly wants that. So
chivalry is not dead.
Why I called. I just wanted to mention it. I have a hot take for you, Doug.
Oh, I like a hot. Let me put on the oven mittens.
Yeah.
In case they're too hot, I'll put on the oven mittens because I don't want to get burned by any of these takes. Okay,
all right, very good.
I'm ready. Go ahead.
You ready? Okay,
yes.
Cool. Have you ever? I was in relation to your debacle at the rental car place a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, the line you waited and all that. Have you ever heard of a company called Turo? T-U-R-O.
I have not. No.
Sounds like somebody's doing a live read.
About to say.
Yeah. Sorry.
I think they're big in California.
Yeah, so they're all over. And Mark Hanna, actually, I'm a client of Mark Hanna's, blessed. And he had mentioned it to me. I was going on a trip recently, and another friend had. And basically, it's like the Airbnb of rental cars.
Really?
You basically, you rent a car from a person, and it's so much easier. Recently did it in Denver, took a trip, you go to their website and you pick out a car. And then when we got to the airport, you take a shuttle, and through the app, they text you like where the location is of the car. And you get there, and there was a lockbox on the wheel, and basically you just get a code and get the key and take a few pictures, and then you're off. And it was so easy and relatively less expensive.
Oh, it is cheaper. Oh.
Yeah, it was relatively less expensive than like going through Budget or Enterprise. So,
and can you be sure that the car wasn't recently used in a bank heist?
You can, yes. That's one of the boxes that you check.
Okay.
Bank heist, no, I don't want that car.
No.
So, yeah.
Huh.
No. So
well, that's a good
check
tip
it
for
out next time.
All right, good tip for
check it out
travelers.
next time.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jen. Thanks for your support. I apologize that the text line is not being very kind to you, but I appreciate.
Oh, I don't care.
I appreciate your support of me.
I could give, you know what?
Easy.
That's good for you, Jen.
Right on the line.
I'll make sure. Thank you, Jen.
Thanks, Jen.
On the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Let's see. This sounds like a great way to get robbed. That's from the 314. Is this a sponsored call? What is this? That's from the 636. Get to the point, gal. That's from Chairman Stephen Wildwood, Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year last year. This one sounds like she rips more heaters than Jim Leland in the dugout contemplating whether or not to pull Doug Drabeck. That's from the life coach.
Oh,
Mark Hanna says Listener of the Year.
Mark Hanna gives the endorsement, though, for Listener of the Year. How about that? And what are the chances? Because Mark Hanna is a wonderful sponsor of this program, and apparently he works with Jen.
Oh, wow.
And he's probably telling her to cut back on buying the cartons of darts.
He's told her that?
we know for sure.
Life advice?
If the life coach says that it sounds like Jim Leland, then absolutely.
Even Franco Pena thought the call went a little long. I'm not. Somebody was thinking that. I'm not saying that.
It was going into CalMed Butch Patrick land. Mark Hanna's online at evergreenstl.com, 314-889-0503. He is a wonderful person, and he is somebody who I would tell you, if you get a chance to get on the phone with him, you are going to feel better, not only about your financial situation, but just about your outlook on life in general. And I know that sounds like a bunch of BS. I get it. I recognize it, but that is the effect he has on people. You need a financial advisor. And Mark says himself, listen, if you're not going to go with me, that's totally fine, but just make sure you have somebody, especially if you're in your 20s and 30s and you're just getting going, making sure that you're saving some money. You have no idea how much that will mean once you get into your 40s, 50s, and 60s and 70s, because you've got that money working for you, and that is the name of the game. Call Mark Hanna at 314-889-0503 or visit him online at evergreenstl.com. That's evergreenstl.com. Mark Hanna offers securities through Equitable Advisors LLC, member FINRA and SIPC, and offers insurance and annuity products through Equitable Network LLC. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. The Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 10:45. Gabe DeArmond coming up at 10:15 on college football. And Jackson, I mean, you've got this thick dossier. Where do you want to go next? I mean, you got some good stuff in here. I mean, you fell on the grenade to the chairman. I think you're wearing the C on your sweater, so you guide us.
So I think next we're going to do, we have this Brian Regan audio. That
Doug,
I think
are you a fan of Brian Regan?
I don't know.
Really? You don't know who he is? Martin, I bet you don't.
Comedian.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And he had a very good joke, but I think more so than that, it was almost like a prompt talking about press conferences, and I got some questions and some more audio around that, and then we'll do Pick 6 after that.
All right, there it is. That's coming up here. It is the Fisher Window Indoor Store 8 o'clock hour. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. You like this beat, Doug?
Yeah, it's not horrible.
Oh, all right. Here we go. Sunday Charge. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's The Morning After. It's 101 ESPN. Fisher Window Indoor Store 8 o'clock hour, and it's Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Caller Jen, who theorizes that Buck Swope wants her to be the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year, calling on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. This is an observation. I just scroll through TikTok, and then I send Jackson audio clips. Brian Regan, who I am a fan of, comedian. I bet you've seen him, Doug.
I probably have. I just don't know the name.
Right, you don't know the name. was making this observation on press conferences in sports media. And it's going to tie into So What'd Your Grandma Think, which is an award-winning segment that Jackson produced on Balloon Party. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Brian Regan from his Netflix special.
Okay, hit the lever, Pale.
You know what kills me? Post-game press conferences. They still haven't learned you need to put a microphone on the people asking the questions. This drives me crazy. They have the table, they have the coach or the athlete sitting at the table behind a microphone. So they know about microphones. You're at home watching this waste of time. That was a coaching decision. Three, maybe four. Definitely.
And it speaks to what is something that I was thinking about as I'm listening sometimes to either podcasts or post-game shows, and I have no idea what the answer is in reference to. I don't know why they don't do that. It's some like more formal, big-time sporting events. They pass the microphone around.
Yeah, sometimes.
But oftentimes we're in a locker room, and you're not going to have a microphone in that spot.
No. He's talking about the formal press conferences afterwards.
With the mics on a podium.
Right. I guess you could have a couple mics aimed out at the reporters. I don't know how important that is really for the news gatherers.
Well, Midwest does it. They have somebody operating a boom mic, so they try when they do the post game with Ali Marmol. There's actually a person holding what, at home, if you're like a large fishing rod, and they're just kind of, what's next? Hoxie, what do you got over there? Okay, they try very hard to make sure that you hear that audio. I think it's a great complaint. There are times when you hear locker room post-game played back, and you kind of hear the mumbled reporter, and I'm always yelling, hold the mic over there, like go back and forth with the microphone. I think what happens now, if you're a reporter, you might be holding 3 microphones, so it's really hard to do the back and forth with your own question.
And you want to be sure the mic is in there when he starts to talk.
Yeah. I think the passing the mic around, it can get really awkward. They almost play favorites. Like, you...
Right.
I don't really like you.
It's like the White House press
you
corps.
go over there.
I've complained many times that microphone technology in this country hasn't improved in what seems like 100 years. No. You still have to have the microphone right next to the person's face to get good audio. How many times have you been in a high school gym or somewhere where the PA system doesn't work at all?
Right.
It's just it hasn't taken a step forward in decades, and I'm not sure why.
I did a trivia night at Chaminade, and the entire podium microphone, everything went out. So there's 300 people.
Oh, so what are you screaming? The question?
Yeah, so I'm like, can you hear me back up? Okay, we're going to go to round 2 now. And I might have said, for the bleep of God, you've got Matthew Kachuk, Jason Tate. How many billions of dollars is this school, their alumni, making somebody get a new damn podium?
You let them have it.
I
never said that on CBC.
I went home furious. I was like,
I
this
bet
is,
you did.
my, it was awful.
But it happens everywhere where you can't understand what's being said on the PA system of the microphone.
So Jackson pulled some of his favorites. What do we have here?
Yeah, so these are some of my favorite clips from when we were doing Balloon Party. We did a segment called So What'd Your Grandma Think?
Which is a tribute to Calvin May asking Jason Hayward that very question.
Yes.
Friend of the show.
Friend of the show.
And falconry.
Big falconry guy, talks. Good, always talking. But these are some of my favorite clips from that where the athlete or coach might rip the media. Let's kick it off with Mike Ditka.
Okay, let's do. Hit the lever pail.
There's 3 quarterbacks on this football team. Whichever one starts. Whichever ones don't, we'll back him up. Period. Cut and dried. It's nobody's concern but ours. Nobody's. Next.
Injuries from the game.
Talk to the trainer. Next.
Mike, why are you in such a bad mood?
What do you care? Okay. You were 2-7, you'd be in a bad mood too.
So these are the benefits of miking up the media. I got another one here. This is tennis player Nicholas Mahut, I think it's pronounced.
Doug, is that Nicholas Mahut?
I don't know Nicholas Mahut.
The athlete is unimportant. This might be the greatest media mess up in the history of questions.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. I lost.
You lost?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So what happened out there?
Nice recovery.
Are you serious?
No.
Did you watch the match?
No, I didn't. I was told that you won. I'm sorry.
The Twitter era.
I might need to hear that again. And then I'm hearing, aren't you hearing LaRusse in your head? Would say, you watch a game? And every time that happened, Charlie Marlowe and I wanted to say, well, I had to go to Rams Park and get a quick soundbite for our pregame show. And then I ran by my house because I forgot my clothes from the dry cleaner. And then I got down here, but I looked online and saw the score.
I'm going to play it one more time just in case anyone knows.
Unbelievable.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. I lost.
You lost?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So what happened out there?
I like the comeback.
How does that happen?
Where I cut off is after that, he then starts saying something in his native tongue, and I can only imagine it would be an FCC violation.
What? How does that happen? I mean, I can see where you didn't know the pitcher in the 7th inning, but you know win or losing. That's kind of like the main thing, right? Did they win or lose?
Yeah. That's why you mic up the media, so you can get stuff just like that.
I
Otherwise,
appreciate the Strauss type person who said, why are you in such a bad mood? That was kind of a good poke of the coach. There's another Ditka where the Peoria columnist gets up and storms out and said, I'm not going to sit here and take crap from you. Do you remember this? It was a
Peoria columnist.
Yeah, it was
it was with Ditka?
Ditka press conference where he was kind of crapping on the room, the media, and this guy gets up and I think he said, where are you going? He said, I'm not going to sit here and take crap from you the way you're treating us. He gets up and walks out. And Ditka said, fine, then get out of here. It's a classic. I'm pretty sure that was a Peoria columnist. I think his name was Theobald, last name Theobald. And Ditka says, where are you going? Fine, then get out.
Yeah, I can't imagine Ditka would have cared very much if anyone would have left.
The Bernie Tony exchange, that was classic.
Well, there were some good ones there. Arbor Day says Chaminade gets a tax write-off whenever it has a CBC grad host an event. It's usually part of a work release program.
Oh.
That's from Milagro Tequila Texture of the Year, Arbor Day. Is that what that was?
Could be a Make-A-Wish deal, something like that.
Helping out the fine folks in our little haven.
Sweet clips, Jackson, but maybe we could hear like one drop, just one random drop will suffice. Jesus!
Oh.
That's from Big Tufton. He is frustrated with Jackson not playing drops.
Don't listen to this fella.
Did a whole segment on drops.
I'm doing a story about New Year's resolutions, and I was just wondering if you had any you wanted to share with your fans and our readers.
Yeah, no, not right now.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Who was that?
That sounds
Belichick.
Yeah, that's a bad question as to Belichick.
Oh, of all the people, you just know he's not going to play ball.
Oh, God.
Congratulations, I lost.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Is that Manny?
Not a good question.
That was Russ and then Nick Saban.
You're killing it, Jackie. I love the clips. That's from the 314. How about that?
Thank you.
All I want for Christmas is for the podcast to be uploaded in a timely manner.
Yeah, that'd
That's
be
from
nice.
Jackson's lone wispy pube, and Chairman Kurt now has his head in his hands. Chairman Kurt has it head. Would you like to comment? Do you have any New Year's resolutions?
It'll be up shortly.
But it's not up yet.
It's not, Doug.
You're good, baby.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Stop asking me stupid questions.
Oh,
Penny Hardaway.
Good segment, Jax. That's from the Lord of my parents' basement.
I don't love that name, but thank you.
There you go.
That was fun. That was fun.
Yeah,
Good job, buddy.
There you go. That alliance is strong, and now caller Jen is part of the alliance.
Yeah.
So I guess Chairman Kurt, we bring Buck Swope into our alliance.
I might have a female ready to join us.
Oh, nice. Doug, we got a female.
A female that likes other females, too.
oh,
Bill.
this Janie's a lesbian.
Oh, yeah, be great.
No, not well. Janie's more than welcome, but this would be firefighter Kara, the lesbian.
Firefighter Karen. She's a firefighter in Brooklyn, right?
Correct.
Yeah. This show's got great reach. All right, send your emails in. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. That is coming your way at approximately 10:45. The Colonel, Gabe Yarman, in the 10 o'clock hour. You can listen anytime you want. Go back and podcast like the Dickens via the TMA STL app or the 101 ESPN app. Those are sponsored by Jason Gossrow's company, and that company is Schaefer Door Company. If you haven't had it happen, when it happens, you'll go, oh, now I get what they were talking about. Your garage door spring breaks. It's going to happen. It's inevitable. It's just the way that these things work. And when it happens, you're probably going, I don't know what direction to go. I know when it happened to me about 5 years ago, that's what I was thinking. Well, now we have the answer for you. It's Schaefer Door Company, SchaeferDoor.com, SCHAEFER door.com. You can call or text 636-782-3608. They set that number up for TMA listeners, and it's going to be the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs, and they have Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend as well. They service commercial doors, too. If you run a business or a warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. It's Schaefer Door, a Clopay master authorized dealer. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you. You can watch in the YouTube chat. They're active in the YouTube chat. I see Jackson's awful audio is in there talking it over with Chairman Kurt, actually, and Don Peepee, and your favorite guy, Doug, Bill Reloaded.
Now, why would he be my favorite guy?
Who's Jackson's favorite guy?
It's up there with me because I imagine it as like an action movie, and this is the second or third one, and he's back, and it's Bill Reloaded.
Bill Reloaded.
Sounds like a Tarantino.
A little bit.
So that's all going on in addition to live streaming on the Schaefer Door Company TMA STL app. You can watch the program and chat with other listeners at youtube.com/TMA STL. The program is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Tim and I have picked 3 weeks. Martin and Doug have picked 2 of the weeks. So I'll start.
Are you a winning percentage guy? Are you a winning percentage guy?
I am. So I'm going to go Martin, bringing up the rear, 4 and 8.
Well, I noticed how you were hesitant to say it because he's your guy.
It's okay. I don't care.
I was kind of, sometimes Jameis Winston, who I love, his mind works faster than his mouth, and he'll say something and then take it right back and try again. That's kind of me right there.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
And then I am at 8 and 10. Doug 6 and 7, and Tim in front at 11 and 7.
Yeah, I make picks, you make money, and that's what everybody needs to remember.
Well, you can win and not lose.
All right, let's get underway here. First kind of game of the week because it's the earliest game, unfortunately. Indiana.
He just crapped on your network right there, Martin. The alliance is over. It's Jackson and caller Jen.
11 o'clock from the shoe.
Yeah, they love it in Columbus.
Spread's 11 right now.
11 and a half. We're going to play it at 11 and a half. That's what I'm seeing. That's an 11 a.m. kick. Tim, we'll start off with you.
I have gone back and forth. This is not a love play, but I am going to take Indiana.
Okay. Doug?
Well, I really, really want Indiana to win. I don't think it's going to happen. So I'm torn between, do I bet against what I want to happen? So I'm going to say Indiana, too, even though it goes against my best
Ohio
judgment.
State with those offensive line injuries, Doug. You're a sharp.
I don't know how sharp I am.
I'm going to go Ohio State. I think they're going to run it up.
Are you doing like the Jay Glazer thing where you just pick against what the guys leading are doing?
No, I just feel like Ohio State's better, and I just feel like they're going to want to stick it to them and like let the whole world know we're still the Ohio State. They'll score one for Marlowe and
it Chuckles Marlowe, yeah, big buck. I got. Well, by the way, just because nobody's talking about this being a possibility. What if Indiana were to win the game? What does that do for Ohio State? What does that do to Penn State?
Heard Dan Mullen talking about that. He was like,
Where is Dan Mullen talking?
He was on Feinbaum.
Dan Mullen.
That's the guy that Drink was dressed up as Darth Vader for.
Yeah, if they say an Indiana loss could knock them out of the playoffs, wouldn't an Ohio State knock them out of the
playoffs? They'd be at 2 losses. Now they've won in Happy Valley, but then that gets into the Penn State conversation.
But then Indiana would be this premier apostle, like, hey, we lost to Indiana. Like, no, I know, but you just lost. You're Ohio State. I know, but look how good they are. Isn't that a great loss?
I mean, I think at that point there's a case for Indiana to be the number one team in the country. They would have the best win, a road win at Ohio State. Oregon's best win is Ohio State in Eugene.
Yeah.
All right, Jackson. Did you make a play?
I'm on the Hoosiers.
Wow, Martin, big chance for you to pick up ground here.
Yeah, I'm on the Hoosiers. Our next game, you just mentioned Penn State beating Illinois. We're going to do Illinois, who's getting 1.5 points on the road in Piscataway, taking on Rutgers, 11 a.m. kick.
I'm on ILL. Rutgers and Schiano had it going early on in the year, and they have fallen off. ILL has been some strange spreads over the last few weeks. I am going with ILL against the New Jersey State University, Doug.
Yeah, I am too. I don't know why Rutgers thinks they're fancy pants. I'm going Illinois.
ILL. Martin?
Remember Greg Schiano was the guy, they would, when you take the kneel down at the end, he would have his team plow through the defensive line. Remember that?
Oh, he would try to send a message with the Buccaneers.
Yeah. So I don't like him. I'm thinking about taking Rutgers.
I see what's going on.
No,
you can't have me pick first every time, Jackson.
All right,
I'm going to go Illinois. I will. Okay. Ever watch that Meet the Press?
What?
Never mind.
Yeah.
How old is that?
Probably like 20 years when we used to call sororities randomly on Friday.
It sounded like a reel was cranking to record it. Did you take Illinois there, Martin?
I did.
All right, I am also on Illinois. So
we know what's going to happen.
We're all
Rutgers
together.
ships it.
All right, I'll kick it off now. This game you might not think is much, but it's actually a pretty good
Penn
game.
State, Minnesota?
No, sir. I was thinking about that one, but I went with this one instead. BYU at Arizona State. BYU.
Yeah, I agree that this game matters.
Yep,
You're a big
BYU.
Kenny Dillingham guy.
Love Kenny Dillingham.
34-year-old head coach of the Sun Devils.
Love Kenny Dillingham. BYU is getting 3 points in the Valley of the Sun. I am on Arizona State. I'm going to keep riding with them. I like Arizona State.
You don't have to laugh about it. You can like it without laughing.
Nervous chuckle.
Wreck me, Doug.
All right, Martin, you're up.
Oh, reverse order.
Yeah, reversing it up.
Nicely done, Jackson. Man of honor.
I'm going to go BYU.
All right.
I'll go Arizona State. I think BYU's a fraud.
I'm going
Even though the
Arizona
coach
State
is
as
from
well.
Kirkwood.
Yeah, I know. Anti-pioneer. I'm going Arizona State as well. I wish it would be a night game. It's a 2:30 kick.
Yeah, which is 12:30
Yeah, I
in
know.
Tempe. All right, Mizzou. -7.5 on the road in Stark Vegas. That's a 3:15 kick. Tim, you lead us off.
I think that this goes one of two ways, and there's no in between. Missouri either wins by 30 or they lose to Mississippi State. That is my perspective on it. I've gone back and forth on this one too. This is not a love situation. I think that they win by 30. So I'm going to take Missouri.
All right. I saw that Brady Cook is probable for the game.
Oh,
I don't know what those even mean anymore.
Yeah, that's thank you, Martin. You're speaking on my behalf. I mean, anytime he's one thing, he plays the other way.
Right. We'll have Gabe on at 10:15.
You'll find out when the quarterback's out there. And one will be the backup, one will be the starter.
Good.
Anything else?
Good immediate callback. Doug, your play.
I'm going Mizzou.
Nice.
Imagine that. These guys all went to Mizzou. I don't think this is. I think I'm more concerned they'll lose to Arkansas. I think.
Hail State can put up some points.
I know, but I
can't stop anybody.
I'll take Mizzou.
Wow.
They have good luck. They have good luck when I don't bet on them, so I'm going to take the Cowbells.
Oh, wow. Doug will be posting on Tiger Board.
I can't wait for the post. Yeah, I saw Jackson picked against us the other day. Him, Cannell, Stoops, all y'all.
All right, next game. I don't get this spread.
Oh,
it's
what
a
do we got?
stinky spread. Texas A&M is heading to
the Plains.
Into the Plains.
War damn.
And they are favored by 2.5. That's a 2.5 point spread.
Oh, wow. I don't even need to tell you where I'm going.
That's a 2.5 point spread. Anytime you get a stinky line like this, I like to lean into the stink.
Oh, never lean into stink.
I'm going to take Auburn.
Well, that'd be a big one.
Oh,
Martin?
No.
I can't lean with you.
All right. You're with Tamu.
Auburn's no good, and Texas A&M has played some really good games this year.
Why is that spread so small?
Well, because it's wrong.
Okay.
I'm going Texas A&M.
Night game on the Plains. A chance to save the season for the friend of the Detroit Call Girls. I will go with War Damn Eagle.
Yeah, that spread should be.
They're looking ahead to their date at Kyle Field with Texas, and War Damn gets the win. It makes no sense.
It's the stinkiest line of of the week. And
Remember when Michigan State was giving Illinois 2.5?
Yeah, you got to lean into the stink. And then another game that I don't know how Death Valley gets these night games even when they're out of it.
Yep.
Vandy is in Baton Rouge. They are getting 7.5 point underdogs to LSU, 6:45 kick. Tim, start us off.
Go back and forth on this one. I don't have a love play this week. I'm going with Diego Pavia and the Commodores.
Doug?
I don't even see this game as one of ESPN's
You think Jackson
top
has
games.
made it up?
You're dipping way down deep into.
They're putting it as a night game for whatever
Okay,
reason.
who'd you say was the favorite?
LSU is favored by 7.5 points.
7.5. Yeah, I'll go LSU in that.
All right, Brian Kelly.
I don't know if that team is quit completely.
LSU just lost a big recruit going to Michigan. Brian Kelly dancing.
That hurts family. I think I'm going to go LSU. I'm sorry.
All right, LSU. I am on Vandy and Diego Pavia as
There
well.
it is. Jackson, anything else? Is that our 6?
That's our 6.
I will give a play that I think is something to keep an eye on. Golden Gophers. Golden Gophers. It's not a love play, but keep an eye on that one.
You know, there really are a lot of Gophers in Minnesota.
Is that right?
There really are. I played golf up there when I worked up there, and there'd be lots of holes right in the middle of the golf course. And sometimes your golf ball would actually roll down in the Gopher hole, and you're afraid to.
So it's a real thing.
It
So
is.
Bushwood and Bill Murray, Carl Spackler really did run into some issues?
And you're kind of afraid to put your finger down there to get the golf ball, thinking a Gopher might be on the other end of it.
Oh, if I had a nickel.
Caller Buzz is complaining that he texted in, or no, that he called in. Someone answered, and then no one just talked, but just breathed.
Kurt's new king. He just breathes. He doesn't say a word.
You're not far off, Martin. That's not it. But no, I haven't picked up the phone.
So the number, Buzz, who was the Milagro Tequila Lister of the Month, Doug, was that June 2023?
I don't know the dates.
314-974-0101. Maybe I've been giving out a number where people are so flustered they're just picking up the phone and breathing because our listeners are calling them.
It was often when we were on 105.7 HD2 that people would call us thinking we were the point.
Yeah, and they were very disappointed to not hear Rizzuto.
I would pick it up and I'd be like, TMA, and then immediately they would hang up. Or they'd be like, is this the Riz Show? And I'd be like, no. And they're like, oh, never mind. I was like, you want to listen to us? And they're like, nope.
I know you like water sports.
Attaboy.
No, what does that mean?
That was gluten-free
water
perk.
skiing, that kind of thing?
Wakeboarding. You ever gone wakeboarding?
No.
Send your emails in. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, 1045. The Colonel at 1015. Martin, you have a thing at 10, I think, right?
I do. Unless Frank Opinion's on the line and we can't wrap him, then I hang around and I push my thing back a little bit.
That's right. Does Martin have something he wants to tell us about
I
Jackson?
do, and I believe it's an IC.
You do.
I noticed
That means
a little
in content. These are our code words for the playbook for those of you wondering.
I thought in looking at Jackson's revenge dossier today that he was being a little snarky with me because I often ask, is it during the break? Is it during the... So only on mine did he put in bold black lettering, I see.
Yeah.
In other words, I'm the
darn.
only one who asks and complains, and so...
I think that's fair.
I would never do that to you, Tim.
That's why we have a great alliance.
Let's talk about Design Air, fourth generation St. Louis business. You've heard us talk about Seth Goldcamp and the family. When they come out to your family's home, you're going to get the best service. But more importantly than that, they're not there to upsell. It happens so often with the HVAC world that we live in right now. When the repair tech is there, you want them to repair something. But instead, they're often trying to sell you something. That doesn't happen with Design Air. And that's an important element right now because if the furnace goes out, you're in a bit of a panic. It's getting awfully cold out there. You can also call and just have them service the furnace. Make sure everything's working correct. We're going to have that heat on for what, the next 3-4 months. This is Tim's favorite time of year. When you fire up the furnace, it's going to be cold out for months and months and months. Make sure your HVAC unit is working properly. Set up an appointment online. It's real simple. DesignAir.com. Fourth generation proud sponsor.
Yeah, you better believe it.
TMA, longest running TMA supporter. Tim, they started in, was it January of 2010?
Doug, was it January
I
2016?
don't know the dates or the years, Tim.
Just checking. Bottom line, you need an HVAC person you can trust, and that's what Seth's family is all about at Design Air. Set up that appointment at DesignAir.com.
Send your emails in for that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Chairman McKernan is talking.
Well, he's back to talking.
He is. He's not just breathing when you call in. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is The Morning After, and it airs on 101 ESPN. Welcome back to TMA. A little behind the scenes during the commercial break. The camera stayed on and caught me and Doug kissing.
No, it didn't.
Engineering is working on a little something on the YouTube stream, so that's why. If there was a little
That's
camera.
why it looked like Tim was kissing me?
That's correct.
Well, yeah, so if it looked like Tim and Doug were kissing, that was just, that was...
special effects?
This is a new beta thing we're working out.
Oh.
You guys like fun with audio. I'm going to do this for you one night at the 2 Fox. Producer Dave, longtime sports producer Dave Job, is a passionate Blues fan, and he screams at the game, and it makes me laugh. So last night, in overtime, he's screaming about who's on. Good God, look who's on the ice. It's Kyrou with Perunovic and Saad. I got 3 wet noodles at the same time, all on the ice. He didn't care for the roster decisions by Coach Banny. He also was upset when the guys were out there for 2 or 3 minutes. Screams at Coach, come on, get him off the ice.
Oh, I saw Shen out there, and I was watching with my wife, and I go, my God, Shen's at 2 minutes and 22 seconds. And Jamie Rivers goes, boy, Shen is gassed. He's at 2:23.
But you're not allowed to take him off?
I think they do have the option. I don't know if it was a mandatory shift or not. Martin, do you feel like Bob Costas kind of did you wrong? You sit down with him a couple days, you ask him what he's got coming up, and he doesn't say anything about it, and then just yesterday, what's he got going on? Rich Gould tells you about his children's book, Bob Costas. He's got something. He's going into the Rich Gould arena.
I didn't know this. Do we have audio for this?
I got a story here.
What's the story?
MLB Network is set to launch a brand new series, MLB's Traveling Spaceship Show, across its content platform. The program is a retro-based show that will showcase old highlights and clips from baseball during the years of nostalgia. And then hosting the show is who exactly you talk about, Bob Costas.
So he's going to travel around in a spaceship.
Traveling spaceship.
Tiana,
it sounded made up.
One of the hosts will be joined on these baseball-themed adventures by her rambunctious and passionate puppy puppet, I almost said puppy, puppet co-pilot Jax, and the ship's supercomputer and hyper-intelligent Bob, voiced by MLB Network broadcaster Bob Costas.
So is it a cartoon, we think?
Yeah.
Voice work.
He'll be doing voice
You can do
work.
that from your chateau.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll be doing voice work.
And in fairness to him, I think I said, so you're not doing baseball anymore. What about longer form interviews? What about podcasts? Then he went on a whole diatribe about how every third person on the planet has a podcast. It's not humanly possible for them all to be listened to. So I don't think I gave him the blank canvas of saying what's next. And maybe then he would have told me about space travel.
That's where it would have. So you don't feel like he left that.
No, I think it's my fault.
Yeah.
So Rich Gould and Bob Costas have ventured into the children's world of entertainment.
Is it possible that this is such a small little thing and all the big things that Costas has done that he didn't even think about it?
That didn't want to bring it up?
Yeah.
If I said, hey, I read that thing about the spaceship. Like,
yeah,
Martin, by full explanation, we can skip that. Like, okay.
Doug, good news. The Callier and Thompson phone lines are hopping. They want to talk to Chairman Kurt. They wanted to hear if he actually talks to him or if he just breathes when they call 314-974-0101. He talks to you. Jackson, we don't have a name on this one. It just says good one. Doug, this is good one.
Oh, hello, caller. Love to hear from
caller, good or bad?
Hello, caller. Caller. Hello.
They're breathing.
Yes. A little slow on the uptake, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Are you?
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Are you talking to me or are you on the line?
Yes, you can go ahead and start talking now.
Okay, I'm calling in concerned because I listen to the morning radio, the TMA, and I'm in that program. I'm constantly hearing homosexual epithets, and I'm like, I'm wondering if this is what you all are pumping and putting out to the society, and as a radio station program, because I sometimes have my nephews with me, and I turn it on, but I have to turn it off. And just like the one just recently today, a guy said, "Well, I was just caught kissing something." He was some guy, and I was like, "Man, is this what you all are advertising or putting forth?"
No, it's we're just joking around. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, but you all are a national syndicate.
No, we are not. I don't think ESPN would ever hire us.
So Mike would do that too.
So in other words, it's just something that you all are putting out on the air jokingly, but knowing that there's young boys and young people that listen to it when they're in the car with their parents or their uncles or cousins.
Yes, that's 100% correct.
Okay, so you all don't have no mindset about putting that out towards in the air like that?
Well, I subscribe to the thought process that if somebody is not comfortable with it, then they have the option to not listen to it. We've been doing the show for 20 years, sir.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand it. But now, lately, it's been going that way. And I'm like, well, I know it's changed now, but what is it? Is that the norm now?
Doug and I haven't actually kissed.
No.
God,
you were doing a bit? Because I sat here and I didn't see anything.
Really?
No, we haven't. We have not. No.
Me in this town, so
and we don't intend to.
I would say, and I don't know the caller's name, it just said good one, but I would say, yes, there's plenty of sports on this show, and then on occasion, jacking around, which might include a little silly joke like Tim offered up. Maybe, was that 10 minutes ago?
It was 8 minutes ago.
I mean, it's also butt jokes and, all type of homosexual epithets. And I'm like,
we're not good.
Martin actually shares your opinion on that.
If you guys are real men, you should never be cracking jokes about each other's butt, kissing each other and whatnot. But I mean, that's an opinion.
We respect opinions that we truly do, and appreciate you calling in and expressing yours, sir.
You should see the text line.
What is not read? Thank you for the phone call. Don't be a stranger. All right, there it is.
Okay, we just got taken behind the woodshed.
Oh, don't say that. That's innuendo.
Why is our audience so darn gay?
I'd like to hold on a second. Martin, what time is it? It's 9:36. Clarkson text. At 9:28 today, I implied that I made out with my co-host of 17 years, Doug Vaughn. That is not true. Even though I'm interested in it, it did not happen. And if I made anyone feel like that's what was going on during the commercial breaks, I apologize to those who were offended. Thank you. And I'm going to take some time away to think about making out with Doug.
No, you don't think about that. You should just step away for a while.
I like how we tried to explain it, as there are some silly jokes here and there, like Tim saying that. And they said, yeah, but all that butt stuff, too. Well, that I can't explain.
Yeah.
When is it okay to kiss a guy?
Right.
I appreciate the call.
Yeah,
he's a very reasonable.
Yeah.
He's very rational.
I enjoy those calls. I prefer those calls, actually.
There were times I would try and listen to TMA, and I had the kids in the car because Tim, carpool is the big thing.
Carpool for you and Chuckles Marlowe.
And I would tune in and and then the thing went up my rear. Oh, okay. Turn it off. Turn it off.
Were you just doing an Iggy impression?
I heard it in my head as Iggy. And so what would I do, Tim? I wouldn't try and explain it to the kids. I would just move along.
Move along.
Let's get some traffic and weather, boys. Let's see what's going on out there on the road.
Jackson's moving around like what's going on?
No.
I thought you were about to tell us. I thought you had a clip or something. I picked up a read out of the corner of my eye that you were moving. And I'm like, do I have a live read? Do you have audio? Are you about to hold up your whiteboard that the people on YouTube love?
I will here in a second, but no, I appreciate the call. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. Their opinions on this program, whatever program. God bless. Yeah. And if it does bother you, listen to something else. And, and the kids thing I get, but also if the kid, it's just no one's job, to raise your kids. If you don't
Charles Barkley.
If you don't want your kids listening to this, then don't let them listen to it. It's not our fault.
I would say the show is PG-13. So if kids are 5, 6, 7... it's probably not their show. Texter just said the show isn't gay enough. So it's impossible.
See, Doug?
It really is impossible. Doug wore a hat the one day, MAGA, Make America Gay Again. I was like, wow, I don't think you can wear that on the air.
How gay should a show be?
Clip that off.
On a scale of 1 to 10.
The drops of the week. Some people like some things, and then some people like other things. Producer Joe Martin, he has given us a mantra. He really has.
Some people like things.
Some people like some things. Some people like other things. To each their own. Hey, Jeff Lottman is online at JEFFLOTTMANN.com. Yeah, that's Jeff Lottman, and he's with Compass Realty. If you are in the market to buy a home or sell a home, you can work with somebody who has been doing it in St. Louis now for 2 decades. 2 decades. And with $500 million in sales. That's Jeff Lottman of Compass Realty, and he is part of that Compass Realty operation that has the Compass Concierge. And with Compass Concierge, you can take your home buying or selling experience to the next level. Whether you're preparing to sell or want to enhance your new space, Compass Concierge has you covered. No upfront costs, need fresh paint, new carpet, light renovations, home staging. Compass Concierge has you covered. Ready to elevate your real estate experience? Go to JEFFLOTTMANN.com. Yeah, JEFFLOTTMANN.com. That's Jeff Lottman of Compass Realty. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today, 1045. We're giving away tickets again to Post Malone and Jelly Roll coming up May 13th at Busch Stadium. You can learn more about that concert going to 101ESPN.com. Jackson, what is the category for our trivia today? Yesterday, Martin, it was geography.
I was traveling at the time. Yeah. By the way, this show is PG-13. Do better. You can achieve an R if you try.
Today, we're going to do television shows.
I like that. Any specific decade you'd like to?
I would say 90s and on.
I like that.
90s and on. I think that's
kind of reach
encompassing.
The majority of people, or 20 of your peers probably aren't.
If I ask a Seinfeld question, I don't think that's that's in the 90s, but I think people even my age or younger have seen it.
All right, that's at 10:30. The way it works, whoever texts in the right answer first at 314-399-9646 gets the tickets to Post Malone and Jelly Roll. That's all coming up, plus Gabe DeArmond, brought to you by James Carlton. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Hornets defeat the Pistons in a great game last night, 123-121. Brandon Miller with 2 huge threes down the stretch, 38 points for him, 7 boards and 4 steals. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
This is the remix? This is the remix?
Yeah. R.I.P. Bankroll.
You like this one, Doug?
Well, it's a little slow right now. If I'm in the waiting room at Munganess St. Louis Acura, I want something a little livelier than this so I can dance.
I once watched like a whole Olympic basketball game at Munganest. They said, like, your car's ready. I was like, just wait a second.
I'm enjoying myself so much here.
Yeah, Ant-Man's cooking. I'm gonna sit here.
Ant-Man, he loves Anthony Edwards. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, where 216 Friends of the Feather are in there talking, including Dr. Xander Malanthrop.
I don't know his work.
John Scores, Droid Effects, Bill Reloaded, Bishin About Sports, Don Peepee, and coaches John and Dean Ellis. That's who's in there talking it over in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. We've got a new entrant into the late night television show space.
Named Jimmy. His name will be Jimmy, Doug.
No. You already got the Fallon, you got the Kimmel.
Okay.
And then you got Colbert. Last night on Jimmy Kimmel's show, a new entrant. Take a listen.
You have a big announcement, actually, to make.
I do,
yeah?
yes.
Please announce.
I am starting, I believe it's January 3rd. I hope it's January 3rd. But we're going to be doing a late-night show during the postseason on ESPN.
Nice.
It's going to be airing every Friday. And, when I first approached ESPN with potentially working for them, and Monday Night Football was a big part of that, Monday Night Countdown. I thought about, I loved late night shows. I've always loved them. And I think, for me, the biggest thing that players say they miss when they leave the sport is being around the guys, is the locker room, is the banter.
Showering with men.
I mean,
here's more game talk.
That's where half of the good stuff comes from, for sure. And, being able to have this, the show where we're going to have a bunch of guys up there, legends of the game, friends that I played the game with, coaches, celebrities, while also incorporating NFL Films, who's going to be a part of it. We're going to have a live band, Snack Time, being able to play some of these iconic NFL songs. And it's going to be a celebration.
In Philadelphia.
In Philadelphia, Union Transfer.
Yeah. In front of a big audience, and it's going to be...
Live audience, yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot. I think that's a great idea. I think you're going to do very well with that. Yeah.
That was Jason Kelsey announcing that he is now doing a late night show, and it's going to start up on ESPN. Jackson, you like this play?
I like what kind of ESPN's doing, trying to go a little younger. I mean, I'm not the biggest Pat McAfee show fan, but
you say Pat McAfee and Morgan Wallen are the same person? Is that what you say?
Running the same offense.
And what offense is that, Doug?
I don't see anything at all related.
Guys need dudes. That's what I've always said.
Guys need dudes.
Yeah, and that's some guys, that's their dudes, and I like that.
Like bro shows?
Yeah, exactly. And
boy, Martin picks him up right there with the alliance.
Yeah, but I think McAfee more so than Morgan Wallen. Listen, I respect his talent. I like him a lot on game day. I just don't love the show.
Do you view Jason Kelsey as a bro show?
No.
Interesting. So what's the difference?
Well, he hasn't really, I guess New Heights is the one show he's done his podcast with his brother.
Yeah, but he's on Monday Night Countdown.
Yeah, but I think by and large it's not very broed out. Like he's not sleeveless or. And listen.
So if a gentleman wears a tank top, he's a bro?
Not necessarily.
What makes a bro?
It's just it's tough to describe, but you know it when you hear it.
Supreme Court?
Kind of like pornography?
Exactly.
I think it was obscenity.
How is Morgan Wallen a bro any more than any other country singer?
He's kind of living his best bro life.
The margins on that are a little more narrow across the board.
Margins? What is this, a board meeting?
Well, I'm saying yes, I think a lot of countries, but country's gotten to be really popular, all mainstream. So maybe I'm antiquated with my take here.
He just stumbles out of an opinion?
That stumbles out of my take homes?
I'm not stumbling out. I do like the sound of this Jason Kelsey late night show. I think
But it's not
cool.
going to be bro. McAfee is bro, but we don't know what bro is. It sounds like it's guys wearing tank tops.
But it's like there's like a negative connotation that I'm not using it as like a pejorative. I just think it's a little bit
pejorative. I gotta look that
Costas
up.
over here.
It's not my favorite thing. I think also big part of that is like I do sports talk radio for 4 hours every morning. I'm not necessarily like really revved up to listen to
Are you a bro?
4 more hours of sports talk radio.
Are you a bro?
No. Soy boy.
You answered that for me. Wow.
Am I a bro?
I can't. I guess I can't define it. So maybe I should just step
Is
down.
Chairman Carter bro?
He's got a chance.
He's got
You
the
got
bro
a
build.
bro.
Yeah, he's got
You
the bro
acknowledge you
build.
are. What do you think Jackson's trying to say, but yet not?
I do think there's something to the tank top thing. Just
always goes back to the tank top.
Kind of just the way you carry yourself, maybe having a little something in your lip.
A chaw?
A chaw, a zen. We go zen daddy.
Huh. You hit the gym a lot.
Yeah.
You talk about how much can you bench press.
I don't necessarily think McAfee does that much. So maybe I'm off.
Like Russillo's a little bro-y.
Yes. Yeah.
Really?
He has some
I would
elements
never
of that.
think he's bro.
He has some elements of that. Life advice. His life advice segment is pretty bro.
What's his life advice usually?
Well, it's just guys send emails about like their issues and he answers it, and it's good stuff.
Oh,
Yeah,
But there's branch offs of the bro. There's sports bro. You were talking about like country bro, Morgan Wallen country
Who's
bro.
the ultimate bro right now, Chairman Kurt?
Pat McAfee is right up there.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Do you feel like Pat McAfee and Morgan Wallen are running the same offense, Jackson? Is that what you say?
Yeah.
That's what he said. I just don't get it.
Yeah, and if you appeal to probably like the SIG-EP crowd, you're probably got a little bro.
Yeah.
Damn. I take a shot.
Shout out
take
SEMO,
Which
I
campus?
guess.
Which campus?
SEMO.
Oh, okay.
Very specific targeting there.
Listen,
Drone drop.
I want to say, I think McAfee is great on College Game Day. I love the energy he brings. I think him and Saban are like the kind of polar opposites in a way where Saban's all like this incredible insight from one of the greatest coaches, if not the greatest coach. And then McAfee brings the energy, the kick thing. I think it's great. I'm just not a big fan of the show. But I am looking forward to watching this Kelsey show.
Okay.
I think he's super talented.
Would Dan Campbell be bro?
He's a bro.
Yeah, but I love. I'm not trying to say it's like negative, but yeah, I think Dan Campbell is.
He's a bro, but he's not trying to be. I think there is a distinction where, like, some people are trying. I just feel like the McAfee show, and again, I'm kind of with Jackson, believe it or not, on this. Like, they're trying really hard. Like, it's called a program, G-R-U-M. You get it? U-M and program. I just think they're trying to be the bro show, and it's working.
I agree. I think if you're broing, you're trying to put out the vibe, and you want to be bro-denified. But
bro-denified.
Like, I think Campbell's more of a meathead. He doesn't care what people think
He
of
seems
him.
like a football guy, kind of like Gruden's a football guy.
Right. Gruden, not bro.
Where it's like eat, breathe, sleep, football.
Yeah.
Imagine the exact opposite of Jackson. That's a bro. That's from Dr. Xander Malenthrop in the YouTube chat.
And he's a physician.
I don't think that's the diss that he
People have
thought it was.
Yeah, they have a bad. Yeah, well, they have this.
Jackson gives off, Martin, I don't know if you've ever heard this before, baby girl energy.
That's true.
For sure.
What does that mean?
Can't even contain your laugh.
What time is it? Bro time. What time is it? Bro
To
time.
define for your ally what baby girl energy is.
I kind of struggle to define it. I guess I'm just.
We're starting to notice a theme on these things.
If you can't, then who
Kurt
can?
might be able to.
Yeah, I think it's just a guy that is more than comfortable with his emotions and expressing them. Doug might call it soy boy, but that's not correct.
God, I'm standing in a 3-foot grave over here.
But like Timothy Chalamet,
my guy.
And you call him the jawline king?
Yeah, he is. He's about to be Bob Dylan in the
baby
month.
girl though.
Yes, he's the king of that and jawlines.
The king of jawlines.
But not
my God.
emo.
Actually, Christian McCaffrey might be the king of jawline. You'd be able to cut a piece of cheddar cheese with his jawline.
Doug?
Oh my God. How about Don Shula? He had a great jawline.
Did he?
Let me guess, he's old.
You were the biggest fan of Don Shula in this room. But did he ever?
Is he deceased, Doug?
Yes.
We played those "So What'd Your Grandma Think" clips. Did it ever happen with Don Shula where he ripped you?
No, usually I was too afraid to ask a question in a crowd because he might.
We have audio of Doug asking.
Doug is brat, teehee. I like the kicking game McAfee does with the college kids on game day.
I love that.
Yep.
Now fart on me, Vaughn.
Oh,
Here's a scoop.
why?
The Colts could take a flyer on A.J. McKernan if they wanted to. Hashtag free perk. Martin, that's from your CBC cohort, Brian Henson, who covers the Colts.
Covers the Colts. There's a lot of Colts talk on that McAfee show, it seems like.
Well, they're based at Indianapolis.
I know.
Right? Yeah.
They love them some Colts up there on the program.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched some of the clips, and I don't dislike it. It's just I don't know if I could watch it, 4 hours.
Is there anybody nationally that would be what are you, a sweet baby bear? What are you?
Let's go with that.
Baby girl? Is there a baby girl talk host?
And like sports?
Ryan Seacrest kind of thing? Or,
Yeah.
Kind of in touch with your emotions?
I've been trying to talk Jackson into getting baby girl radio going since we brought up the subject.
I want to make it clear. It's not like I cry every day, and I'm like so emotional.
Why are you so emotional?
I'm just comfortable with who I am.
11:01, he's sobbing every day.
Yeah, like I don't just cry for the sake of crying. Like
But some people could be comfortable with who they are just by being stronger emotionally.
Sure. Baby girls.
Janet, who called in and defended our city against Charlotte, is back. And she says, actually, in the olden days, we would have said Jackson comes across as a sissy. That's from Janet. Oh,
nice.
Boy.
Now, how did that feel?
Janet just took it. She's going to be calling and talking to Chairman Kurt any minute.
I'm not answering after that comment.
Get in touch with those feelings.
Sissy.
Don't forget that Lisa Ann said Libby Jack had Joe Burrow's swagger before she was run off the show. She was not run off the show, for the record. She politely declined to never come back on the show after she got sideways with Iggy. Yeah, that is true. Lisa Ann said Jackson had Joe Burrow's swagger. How about that, Martin?
I like that.
Yeah.
It's nice. Yeah, I appreciate that. Sissy. I just.
That's a little harsh.
That's just not.
It's not accurate. It's not accurate. You played some ball.
I did.
You're wearing a
Damn right.
flannel coat. You're not a sissy.
Yeah, watch me take a 3-pointer. Tell me I'm a sissy.
Oh, you got a left jumper.
Kidding me?
Wow.
Jackson cries into his Phil Pressey body pillow every time the Tigers lose a basketball game. That's from Big Tough.
You'd think you'd want to go taller than Flip. Like English was like 6'5" or 6'6". Probably go with him. Matt Lawrence.
As far as your body pillows.
Ricardo Ratliff, 6'8". Boy, could he hit the glass.
And you would get a pillow of these guys?
He won a lot of MVPs in Korea. He was really good in Korea. Shout out to Ricardo Ratliff.
Who cares about Korean basketball?
Ricardo Ratliff does. His family. And shout out to Lawrence Bowers, big Mizzou NIL guy. Doing a lot of work for
Doug, there it is. We just covered it. Ricardo Ratliff, big rebounding totals in
Is this
Korea.
9-3?
Some of these guys can get some NIL money and then get their house redone with Collier and Thompson. That's what they should do. If you haven't touched your kitchen or your master bathroom for years, and it's easy to let it go by. I mean, you build a house or you move into a house in the 90s, and here we are 30 years later. You haven't done anything to it at all. Well, Collier and Thompson can update it and make your house look like a showplace. It's a great investment in your home. They do kitchens and bathrooms, and they'll refinish your basement. They do wine rooms and man caves and bars and accent rooms, fireplace walls, offices, anything at all, you name it. Collier and Thompson has got the people to do it. Almost everything with Collier and Thompson is right there in-house. You don't need to go to 5, 6, 7 different places to remodel one room. With Collier and Thompson, the countertops, appliances, the lighting, the flooring, the hardware, the plumbing, all right there in-house, and they have specialists to do the job. People that have been with them for many, many years. Carolyn Beard and Bob Strati are the owners. They have been there for more than 20 years. They've owned it. The employees have a combined more than 160 years of experience, and it's a business that's been around since the 1950s because they do it right. When you get your home redone by Collier and Thompson, you get it redone by the best. You ought to go check out their before and after pictures on their website, see some of the things they can do, and imagine what they can do for your home. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. They won a Torch Award for ethics from the BBB. Just the best place in town if you need any work at all done on your home. Collier and Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Collier and Thompson, come home to quality. Online at collierandthompson.com.
Yeah, that's the phone line. Sponsor 314-974-0101. Design Air sponsor the email today. Coming your way at 10:45. Trivia at 10:30, giving away the Post Malone Jelly Roll tickets for the concert May 13th at Busch Stadium. Learn more about that concert at 101ESPN.com. And Gabe DeArmond with us at 10:15. You are listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And Gabe DeArmond is going to be with us, brought to you by James Carlton, coming up in about 13 minutes. Then we have the trivia for the Post Malone tickets. Jelly Roll coming to St. Louis on May 13th. Jackson, the category again?
Television shows.
Television shows from the 90s, Doug.
Okay.
What's your favorite television show from the 90s, Go?
I guess Seinfeld.
Martin, what's your scope?
Other than Seinfeld, I mean, that's the obvious. I'm trying to think of something other than
Many would say Friends, I think. I got my answer. You know my answer, Jackson.
Yes, Larry Sanders Show.
That's correct.
Can I take Sopranos because it started in 99?
I think you can take that. I don't think it's considered a 90s
It's
show,
certainly
but it
not.
did start in 99.
It started in 99.
Martin's going to disagree with you. He's breaking up.
technicality there. Yeah.
That's very bad.
What was big? Ally McBeal would have been the night. Not my show. I'm trying to think of 90s shows.
Dawson's Creek.
You are oftentimes called Dawson's Creek for your love of film. Joey Vitale was with us earlier in the program. Big news that I got the invite to the Christmas party and nobody else on the show did. Everybody's kind of smarting from that. And he did not think that if the Blues would have lost that game last night in overtime, or even if Jake Neighbors doesn't get that goal and the Sharks wind up getting one, in that shootout, that Drew Bannister would have gotten fired. This is, even when you didn't know what was going to happen, both with Thomas's injury and Broberg's injury and the injuries the organization dealt with over the last few weeks, also some of the 8-1 issues, in addition to the losses. If you looked at the schedule before the season, this was the moment where you go, okay, you're going to find out a whole lot. They are on the road for 7 of their next 8 games, 3 in the New York metropolitan area starting tomorrow night here on 101 ESPN against the Islanders. Then they take on the Rangers, wrap it up in Jersey before heading home to take the Flyers on a Saturday night, and then out to Western Canada. So 7 of 8 games. It didn't happen last night. Drew Bannister keeps his job. Jim Montgomery still lurking, in my mind. Maybe he's not, but in my mind he is. And perhaps if things were to go poorly on this road trip, that would be a turning point. At the same time, maybe they take off. Thomas is back. They get the win last night. And this team certainly has dealt with plenty from an adversity standpoint with health and also the blown leads, the tight games. I think nobody has played more close games than the Blues as far as 1-goal games go. But with the win, Jordan Binnington ties Mike Liut. He was Binnington following last night's victory.
Yeah, it's funny. He's been giving it to me to get this thing going before you kill the buzz. So I'm happy I'm up there with him, and I'm proud to be up there. So it's a big night for me.
I was listening to Kerber and Vitale talking about this stat, which struck me as it's hard to believe. But of all-time winningest goaltenders around the NHL, the Blues total of 151, which now Binnington and Liut share, is the lowest of all franchises with the exception of the Kraken and the Golden Knights. Do you follow
that does not surprise me. We said it with John Kelly the other day. Blues goalies tend to be gone after 3 or 4 years, and the fact that Brian Elliott is the career shutouts leader, Jake Allen, who was here for a little bit, was right there near the top of the wins list. That doesn't surprise me. I think it's amazing that a guy like Binnington, who's relatively new,
5 years, 5
is
seasons.
the all-time, soon-to-be, all-time wins leader. I think it's a thing for the franchise.
I think the Golden Knights came into the league. They were in the Cup final in their inaugural year in 18, so they debuted in 17. And even Marc-Andre Fleury has, I think, 115 wins for the Golden Knights. Kraken, obviously, they're not in that spot just yet. But it shows how much the Blues goaltending history is, if you want to use a complimentary term, has been diversified, or you can make it's been such a pain in the organization's backside. Kerber was telling the story of how they used to do the show at 14th and Clark back in the day and take calls until midnight, and all of the calls would be about, God, we got to do this with the goaltending situation. You've got a mess in the goaltending situation. But if you just look at the first, decade of the 2000s, it was Roman Turek. Then it was Brent Johnson, Miss Osgood came in 2003.
Legacy.
Don't sleep
Manny
on Freddie
Legacy.
Brathwaite.
Freddie Brathwaite. Chris Mason had a great...
Patrick Lalime.
Patrick
Ryan Miller.
And Doug, do you remember a guy by the name of Reinhard Davis?
Oh, Reinhard Davis. I do.
Curtis Sanford. I mean, it's just a bunch of guys. They thought they may have had the solution when they acquired Ryan Miller. That was a huge deal when it happened. As it turns out, the legacy from that deal, if I'm not mistaken, would wind up being Steve Ott, right? He came over in that deal, I think. Am I off on that?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, Steve Ott's now.
They may have had their guy in Ben Bishop, but they gave up on him.
Yeah, that's true.
He was their Rosarena, Ben Bishop?
Kind of, yeah.
He recorded Andy Murray speaking on Instagram.
Yeah, I believe that's.
No, I don't think he did. No,
that's what sent him
some
off.
of those were journeymen, like Sanford and Davis, but there were ones that were brought in, like Lalime, like Halak, where they thought, okay, now we got the guy.
Yeah.
And it just never worked out.
Manny Legacy was another one.
Martin Bradieu was here for a very brief time, but
he played for him in the Winter Classic.
I think he did.
I guess what it says
Jackson's
is
Sopranos deal where he snuck him into the. Hey, Brodeur, he played here. He can play for us.
Yeah, that counts.
I guess what it says is most franchises have been able to identify a bellwether goaltender, and they're going to go with him for the long term.
Bellwether?
Well, the guy that they're going to go with.
I'm going to do a little you impression. I don't really like that term.
Wow. This Jackson's feeling himself on his bounce back show.
How do you like? What about bell cow halfback?
Oh. Yeah, that was
Doug. You like
Peterson.
that?
Yeah,
easy, sweet baby.
Yeah, bell cow would have been better than bellwether. Yeah, you're right about that.
So I think right now, as the Blues head out of town, that you are looking at quite a stretch. They're going to be put to the test over the next 5 games. Over the next 5 days, with the trip to the Isle and the Rangers, and then back across to take on Jersey before heading home. And then after that, just one game against the Flyers. Super random scheduling. They go out to Western Canada and see what they can do over these next 8 games. You're going to find out quite a bit. If it does spiral, I think that would be, and maybe I'm off. I mean, Joey Vitale, I don't think Joey comes on here and BS's us at all. I mean, hell, he's talking about more nonsense than we are.
True.
I got the sense that he did not think it was even a possibility that they would part ways with Drew Bannister last night.
I just think it's too early. I think the Montgomery conversation will take place. I think he is, quote, lurking. I think it is very possible. I just don't think it's yet. I think it's early.
They just signed him in May, right? A 2-year contract in May. So to 6 months later, think about getting rid of him, that would be pretty early.
They do bounce him quickly in hockey. And
How about that stat that Joey had? That Bannister's the 11th most tenured?
21st? Like, in which way? Like,
yeah, I guess so.
21st. So there's 9 or 10 that have been with their teams less?
Correct. Yes. Isn't that amazing, considering he came in December of last year?
And it seems like, obviously the head coach is everything in football because you're choreographing every play. And a baseball manager has to make a lineup and sit a lot of guys on the bench. It seems like maybe a hockey coach has less to do with the outcome of the game than most other sports.
Well, Keith Law's got him third.
I'm glad you said that, not me.
Yes, he does. Transform your story at Illinois Recovery Center. Illinois Recovery Center, the team believes in the strength of every individual's journey to recovery. Whether you're taking the first step or continuing your path, the IRC's dedicated team is here to support you. Go to IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. The work that they have done in creating the Illinois Recovery Center and then helping the St. Louis metropolitan area is a passion project that this area absolutely needed. Whether you've made the life-saving choice to seek help on your own, or you want to be prepared for the other end of an addiction intervention with a loved one, the chance to learn more about addiction recovery is available to you at the Illinois Recovery Center in Swansea. Go to IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com or call 888-472-9559. That's Illinois Recovery Center online at IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. Colonel's going to join us, probably talking way more college football than Missouri, Mississippi State. Martin, I know you have a thing, though, so you're not going to be able to stick around for the Colonel.
I got some traveling to do.
You're going to Nashville with Doug.
Sick grandparent. Got to tend to.
Yeah.
Kids are under the weather. I'm sorry. Otherwise, I'd love to stick around.
Yeah, Colonel brought to you by James Carlton. Then we'll have Jackson's Trivia, 90s television shows, giving away the Post Malone and Jelly Roll tickets at 10:30. Then the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Martin, have a wonderful weekend.
Oh, I thought there was more. I thought he was building up to a wonderful weekend.
Martin, have a wonderful weekend. weekend?
Thank
you.
You
would say thank you.
Thank
you. as
you.
well. We'll take a commercial break.
All
Get into
you
the mug and
cuckies out there, have a great weekend.
All you cuckies out there. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
And because we're better at teasing, we told you about this last week. Our friends at Schnucks, we're going to have the unbeatable meal deal for Thanksgiving, and now it's live. It's gone live till next Wednesday, a full week where you can serve 10 people Thanksgiving for less than $4. How can you beat that? Rhetorical. You can't. It's the unbeatable meal deal. Find the centerpiece of Thanksgiving dinner. That's the turkey for only 58 cents a pound. Lowest prices they've had at Schnucks on turkeys in 14 years. Limit of one Schnucks whole frozen turkey with a $25 purchase, not including the price of the turkey, which means you're going to need the sides. Your meal includes stovetop stuffing, 2 for $4, sweet potatoes, great deals there, Schnucks cranberry sauce, celery, green bean casserole, all the fixins are right there, Campbell's cream of mushroom, all these great prices. Add it all up, and that meal, each person, $3.93 a head. Less than $4. You can feed them for Thanksgiving. It is the unbeatable meal deal. Stop by your neighborhood. Schnucks, get that rewards app. Save money. Look for the weekly ads as well. Schnucks makes your holidays.
Which I vote.
Oh, they're going to drown out the cowbells with this one tomorrow in Stark Vegas.
Always a goosebump moment when this song comes on. Oh, oh, oh.
You think this will replace the Missouri Waltz?
Someday it will.
Wait for Optimus Prime here.
This is, there it is. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Mungan S. St. Louis Acura, Mungan S. Burkett, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock. Our trivia coming up at 10:30 as Post Malone and Jelly Roll coming to Busch Stadium on May 13th for their big-ass stadium tour. And we're giving away 2 tickets with Jackson's trivia question. But right now it is our pleasure to welcome to the Collier and Thompson phone lines. He is presented every Monday and Friday by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Ladies and gentlemen, the Colonel Gabriel Petey Armand of PowerMizzou.com. Good morning, Colonel.
What's going on?
Well, Doug's fired up for this one tomorrow. You are headed south to go to Nashville just to be closer to the atmosphere in Starkville. That's what Doug is doing. But, Colonel, Missouri's a 7.5, 8?
7.5 point favorite.
7.5 point favorite. My perspective is Missouri either loses this game, I think 20% of the time, or they win it by 30. I don't think there's any in between. What do you think about this matchup with the Fighting Bulldogs, who can score some points, but they don't really enjoy stopping people?
Yeah, I don't know if they'll win by 30, but this is a game you got to win. I mean, Mississippi State's headed for a winless season in the SEC. Got run off the field by Toledo. Their only wins are Eastern Michigan and I don't know somebody else, or Eastern Kentucky and somebody else really bad. I can't remember who.
UMass.
Okay, UMass. Yeah, also very bad. Gave up 20 to UMass. They can score a little, but they've got a true freshman quarterback. They have stopped absolutely no one. This should be the kind of, hey, yeah, we're not going to the playoff, but let's celebrate and get Brady and Luther and Theo big days and see what happens.
I guess the fear is that there'll be some kind of letdown, that not much to play for anymore, but you don't think that'll happen?
No, I mean, it's possible. It's the question. If that does happen, then, Drinkwitz hasn't done a very good job getting his guy. But the other thing is I think you can have a letdown and still win. I think a C- game wins this game most days, unless Mississippi State just comes out and does something that they haven't done all year. But, yeah, letdown's definitely possible. Everything last week kind of meant everything you wanted was officially off the table, even though, like we talked about on Monday, it was realistically off the table before then. But last week it just made everyone have to admit it.
Colonel, I want to get your perspective on the weekend coming up. I mean, the game that is the game is Indiana at Ohio State. If you had to lay down cash money right now, and you could take your pick of Indiana or Tennessee getting into the college football playoff, who would you pick?
I mean, I think it all depends on the outcome tomorrow, right? If Indiana can stay within 14, 17, I think that's good enough to get them in. Whether that's right or not, I don't really know. But I think as long as they don't get run off the field, if they finish 11-1, they're probably going to get in. So I guess I would go Indiana, but tomorrow also has the makings of the day Ohio State finally is the team that everybody has wanted Ohio State to be all year long, and they come out and make like a 52-17 statement or something.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly can make the case that the game where Ohio State looked vulnerable and it was confusing, if I'm not mistaken, it was leading into the week before the Penn State game when they kind of messed around with Nebraska, and I wonder about how that'll potentially impact Texas A&M tomorrow on the Plains, as they are certainly intrigued by the trip to Kyle Field by the Texas Longhorns. I look at that game as a potential wide Delta one as well, that I could see Indiana absolutely winning. I could also see Indiana getting blown off the field. What do you think will wind up playing out with the playoff and the discussion that is going on right now with the SEC and how many teams will get in, and then also these conference championship games, and what Lane Kiffin brought up this week is, do you really even want to mess around with them, and what the long-term impact could be for conference championship games?
Well, no, you don't want to be in it. I mean, if you're in the SEC, you want to go 10-2 and not play in that game. That's probably the best case scenario. I think if you go 10-2 and make it into the conference title game, I think whatever happens in the conference title game should not impact you. Like, losing a game that someone else doesn't have to play should not knock you out of the playoff, but that's not the way college football has ever operated. And look, I agree completely with Kiffin, but like, it's the whole, I mean, the response is the that's what the money's for thing, right? Like, the TV networks run this thing. You do what they say you're going to do. Those games make them a lot of money. You're going to play those games. There's just no way that even Greg Sankey could go to ESPN and say, yeah, we're not going to do this anymore. And they're going to say, cool, where's our $100 million or whatever? So you've got to do what the TV networks say. I mean, look, this is already going to 14 teams, and sadly, it seems to probably be going to a place where the SEC and the Big Ten have this, guaranteed number of spots before the season, which I think is awful. I mean, hey, usually in a 14-team playoff, if you finish fifth in the SEC, you're probably good enough to get in, but it shouldn't be guaranteed before the season. I mean, if we had 5 guaranteed spots from the Big Ten this year, 6-4 Iowa is a playoff team. I think it's just and look, I know that I'm supposed to carry the banner and say everything the SEC does is awesome. I think the SEC and the Big Ten have done a lot to really mess up college football in the last few years.
Yeah, you touched on something, and I'm sure plenty of people in the audience are aware of this, but if you're not, one of the potential changes to the playoff, because this only goes 2 years, and then there's going to be negotiations on a whole new one, is the possibility of going to a 14 or 16 team playoff. And Doug, I don't know if you'd heard this, but in that scenario, what the SEC and Big Ten are fighting for is to have an assurance of having 5 teams from each conference guaranteed a spot in the playoff. And that is what Gabe is saying he is not on board with.
You're usually going to get those spots anyway, right? Like the SEC would have 6 this year, probably in a 14-team playoff. In the whole, I know the other big problem people have, and I'm sure this will go away, because the way college football is headed is if everyone else still wants to be a part of the still be allowed in the sandbox, they have to tell the SEC and the Big Ten they just get to make every rule, which, again, I think is too bad, but it's the way it's going. But the other one is the buys. Like right now, Boise would be – I mean, technically SMU is leading the ACC right now, so Boise would be the 3 seed, SMU would be the 4, and you'd have BYU or Colorado, whoever wins the Big 12, probably down as the 12th seed right now. And people are mad, well, how come just because they win a league that's not as good as ours, they get a bye? Well, those are the rules. That's what you agreed to play by, and it's like literally every other sport, right? I mean, just because you might have the 6th best record in baseball and win the National League Central, but you're getting one of the top 4 seeds if that's the case, because that's how the playoffs work. And, college football continues, no matter what the system is, they continue to prove they will find ways to screw up the postseason and change it every year.
Yeah, in the old days, they would pick a bowl game and say, well, this one's going to determine the national championship. And then when they went to the 4-team playoff, the teams that were like 5th and 6th complained that they should have been in. And now that they got 12 teams, the teams that are 13, 14, and 15 complain. I'm not sure there is a perfect answer to this.
There is no answer, because the problem is in all the pro sports, like, you can have schedules that are relatively balanced. Right. The first thing I think is that the Big Ten and the SEC should go back to having divisions, and all these power conferences should. Like, why are we doing? Like, the Big Ten had to put out a press release because even the conference didn't know Oregon had qualified for the Big Ten title game, because that's how screwed up the tiebreakers are. So I don't know. We need to go back to divisions or quads or pods, whatever you want to call them. That's part of it. But yeah, there is no good answer because there's no balanced schedule. I mean, we can argue forever who's better, Indiana, who's played legitimately no one all year, or, Georgia, who, yeah, they've lost twice, but look at their schedule. And ultimately, college football is college football and college basketball, really all college sports are, the postseason field is selected on a beauty pageant. Like, if you get together a committee and put 12 people on it and tell all 12 of them, hey, just give us your top 12, you're probably going to have 12 different answers. And if you have 12 different committees, you'll have 12 different answers there. So there's just no qualification standard for making the postseason other than, I don't know, we sat in a room and had some drinks, and this is who we picked.
Colonel, last night, big news is Brian Underwood decided to go to Michigan. $12 million, is that what he got? Is that correct?
That's what I saw.
I mean, yeah, look, I don't know. It's out there. I don't think it's out of the question. The $3 million. People do have to understand that's a 4-year thing. He's not getting paid $12 million next year. I think it's possible that's right, which is, again, there are a million ridiculous things about NIL. One, obviously, it was never. We were told at the beginning it couldn't be a recruiting inducement. That is all it is. But two, if you believe the stories from 2010, it cost Auburn about $150,000 for Cam Newton to go to school, win a Heisman Trophy, and almost single-handedly win a national title. $150,000 now legitimately might not buy you a Power 5 starter. Not a quarterback at any position.
How about that? How about how much it's changed? So along those lines, Colonel, we haven't seen a bunch of turnover in the SEC coaching, unless I'm missing one that's right at the top. I mean, it was going to be Billy Napier. Now there's a commitment. Sam Pittman, we'll see how things play out for him. He's got to finish off his regular season in Columbia here in 8 days. Brian Kelly's certainly getting a lot of attention, the way things have gone in Baton Rouge over the last few weeks, and now with Underwood getting the $12 million and scorning the LSU Tigers and heading to Ann Arbor. Do you think that he's in trouble?
I'd be surprised if it happened this quickly. I guess it's not impossible. I mean, they continue to do things that blow my mind. I would think if there's somebody in the SEC, I mean, I know it's a lot of money for the secondary sport there, but I don't know. Mark Stoops, I mean, they've had a really bad year. He basically had accepted the A&M job last year. So, following that up with this year, it kind of makes you wonder. But other than that, I mean, you just don't look around there's no real indication that Brent Venables is in trouble. He got an extension before the season. So there's just no logical candidate where you think, outside of Stoops and I guess theoretically Kelly, that you think they're in trouble.
Yeah, certainly Eli's not in trouble. How many more years? How many more years does he have on his contract? Didn't mean to.
5, somewhere in that range, 4 or 5.
Yeah, and there's no big schools going to knock his door down at this point, are there?
I mean, look, I guess it depends on what happens at other places. I mean, it doesn't look like Michigan is looking to make a move, obviously. What happens at USC, what happens at Florida State. But the other thing about all these jobs is, we are 8 days from the end of the season. We are 12 days from National Signing Day, and we are 17 days from the transfer portal opening. If you are going to make a move, you have to have either already made the move or you have to make the move literally Sunday morning after the season ends and know who you're hiring and get it done Monday. Because you cannot have the transfer portal open and not have your guy in place. It's just not going to work. You'll lose your whole team and you won't be able to replace them. So the timeline of everything has been accelerated, and it's why you see so many mid-season firings, so that schools can say, look, we can't hire our next guy yet, but hey, secretly we know who it's going to be, and we just want you to know that we're not okay with this.
Gabe DeArmond, PowerMizzou.com, presented by James Carlton every Monday and Friday here on TMA Missouri, taking on Mississippi State tomorrow. Game of the week is Indiana and Ohio State. And then, of course, the second biggest game of the week is Missouri and Mississippi State.
Well, I don't know.
That's why Doug's heading on down. Colonel, always appreciate
the biggest game of the week in Starkville.
Thank you very much. Yeah, there's a high school game. Colonel, thank you so much, sir. Have a great weekend.
All right, guys, you too.
That's Game
thanks,
Armor
Dave.
brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency here in our Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 10 o'clock hour on the other side of our break. We're going to have the trivia contest. Jackson has his 90s television question, and somebody will text in and get the tickets to Post Malone and Jelly Roll. Make sure this number is saved and ready to go. 314-399-9646. You text in. Whoever texts in the correct answer first wins the tickets. Munganess is the sponsor of the 10 o'clock hour. StLouisAcura.com, AltonToyota.com. It's Jamie Burkhardt. That's Peter Munganess. And then in the service department, Ryan Seiberg. They set up a number for our listeners to call or text, and that number is 314-252-0029. I work with Munganess. I think the world of the people at Munganess, and I know they will take great care of our listeners. Do business with them, and you will be very happy that you did. Even if you didn't get your car from Munganess, get it serviced at Munganess. StLouisAcura.com, AltonToyota.com. That's Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, sponsor of our 10 o'clock hour here on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL and 101 ESPN YouTube channels. I have a feeling Doug hates this. How's it treating you?
It's not horrible. At least it's music.
All right. Well, that's who we're giving tickets away to right here.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, sitting in for Martin Kilcoyne, who has a thing. And Jackson Burkett is about to ask you a trivia question in which we welcome you to text in your answer. And if you are the first one to text in the correct answer, you win 2 tickets to Post Malone and Jelly Roll, May 13th at Busch Stadium. It is the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota 10 o'clock hour on TMA, which is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Get your text inbox text ready. 314-399-9646. 9646. Doug, take a look at the text inbox now because we won't have access to it for the next half hour. The texts are going to come flying in. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor, nay duty, to present to you from Ladue, Horton Watkins, class of 2016, Jackson Burkett.
Let's do it.
Okay, you have a question, have you?
I do. 90s television. What was the Bayside High Gang's hangout spot on Saved by the Bell?
Text it in right now, and somebody is about to win tickets to Post Malone and Jelly Roll. Here we go. Somebody texted in Family Matters.
No.
Have one ready. I respect the move.
Yeah, so this is where...
Yeah, you never know.
This is where all the folks in Saved by the Bell would hang out.
Yep. Yeah, we got it. Well...
Oh, no.
Okay, we got a situation.
Oh, no.
You're seeing this, right, Tim?
Yes. And it looks like everybody knew the answer.
But in terms of the one I'm seeing that came in first, you see who it is?
Yeah, it's Mrs. Jenny Shanahan again.
He's already won one.
Can't win.
How about that?
But then there's one right after.
There actually is. This is transparency, and I don't think I'm saying anything that's out of skew. There is a policy that you cannot win twice in 30 days.
Yes.
Which is actually why we don't have a prize for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. I heard tell.
Makes sense.
So Mrs. Jenny Shanahan texted in Max. Were you saying because she said, because that is a girl, Doug.
Sure it is.
Not the Max, but either way, can't win because already won.
I was worried less about the lack of an indefinite article and just about the repeat winner.
There you go.
How about that? The lack of an indefinite article. I enjoyed the hell out of that.
That's the education background.
I'm a language guy at heart. That's why I respect your vernacular so much.
Thanks, brother. My nomenclature.
These guys are talking down to us, Doug. You notice that? We're just a couple of guys. We're meat and potatoes guys from the South Side, and now Central Corridor. We're going to use big words.
Shout out to Mrs. Jenny Shanahan, though, for listening all the time and being quick on the draw.
Yeah,
but can't win twice.
That Mrs. Jenny's got fast fingers, Doug.
All right, beautiful. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay.
So we have a winner. The Max is the correct answer.
The Max is the correct answer.
Max.
Do you feel like that was kind of like a 3-foot putt, just a little too easy?
I didn't know it.
Yeah.
What was the Max?
So it was like the kind of diner-ish hangout.
The soda shop.
In the commercial break, I asked Tim, do you think I should go Saved by the Bell or Beverly Hills 90210? The question I was going to have for Beverly Hills 90210, what was the name of the diner?
Peach Pit After Dark, because that's what we called Quentin's.
Peach Pit is the answer. So it was kind of the same question. Makes you think maybe it was a little copy and paste in the 90s when it came to some of these teenage sitcoms. But who cares? Who cares?
Well,
you think Lisa was out of line for never really giving Screech a chance?
Lisa Turtle.
Probably, I think.
Mark Voorhees did.
As time has aged, and rest in peace, Dustin Diamond. But she
Friend
was
of the show.
She was probably right on that call. Mario Lopez, though, probably the biggest career post Saved by the Bell out of everybody on that show. I don't even know why I'm saying probably. 100% is.
Yeah, he's still doing things.
He's doing daytime TV. Yeah. He's hosting different events. You see who's hosting the Oscars, by the way?
No, who?
Conan O'Brien.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah. That's a big W. We were talking late night TV with Jason Kelsey. The people my age love Conan O'Brien.
Is that right?
Love Conan O'Brien. He did a Hot Ones interview with Sean Evans a year ago or so. Outstanding.
Doug, Sean Evans went out with Melissa Stratton. Did you know that?
No, of course I didn't know.
He's a great interviewer. I fully recommend watching Hot Ones. And
I've seen a few of them. Sydney Sweeney.
Yeah. Did you watch the Conan one?
I have watched the Conan one. I feel like another one as well.
Post Malone's been on Hot Ones.
Posty. Well, we just gave away the tickets. Congratulations to whichever person.
573.
573 has won.
573.
And now we're just getting the Max sent in thousands of times over. But that's the deal. The text inbox is active, and congratulations to the 573 for winning. We've got an article in ESPN regarding the Cardinals in the most likely trade, and there's some detail here with a specific trade for the Cardinals. This was just posted on ESPN. We'll have that for you. We also have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up at about 10:45, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Send yours in. Only 4 more in the month of November. JV Golf Coach is leading the standings over Buck Swope. JV Golf Coach with 6 wins, Buck Swope with 5. Compete against the greats on TMA, the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. This is the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. He takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. And that is why he is offering carpet installers $7 a square yard. That's right, $7 a square yard. If that appeals to you, go to Michael's Flooring's website, which is igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com. Michael's passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price, and that's why he is making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is awesome compensation in this industry. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com to get that $7 per square yard carpet installation deal if you are a carpet installer. Go online at igotfloored.com.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues win last night. They are off today. Back in action tomorrow night as they take on the Islanders in Long Island, on Long Island. Pre-game right here on 101 ESPN at 5:30. Puck drop at 6:30. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back. This is the Morning After, 101 ESPN. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up in a matter of moments. If you missed the program today, joined by Joey Vitale in our Fisher Window and Door Story at 8 o'clock hour, and by the Colonel, Gabriel Armin, talking college football here in our Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkett Alton Toyota at 10 o'clock hour. Doug and I read.
Okay.
From exclusive content on ESPN.com this morning, posted by friend of the show, Jeff Passan.
I don't know these.
Friend of Doug.
This is what he's got with regard to the Cardinals. The reboot of the Cardinals is underway after they followed their worst full season in more than 30 years with a middling 2024. They have questions everywhere, most of which involve who stays. Ryan Helsley is as good as gone. But where? Do they move Sonny Gray? And if they find a deal, will he invoke his no-trade clause? Can they find a taker for Nolan Arenado that he would waive his own no-trade clause to join? Would they deal Eric Fetty or Nolan Gorman, perhaps Jordan Walker? And how does it align with a farm system that has some real gems like Quinn Matthews, Tank Hentz, J.J. Weatherholt, and could become one of baseball's best with a few canny deals? You like that term, canny deals?
No, I don't care for it.
Attendance at Busch Stadium cratered in 2024, down to 2.9 million after 18 consecutive full seasons of 3 million plus, and it's destined to fall again next season with less revenue from a restructured local television deal and the drop in attendance cutting into its bottom line. St. Louis's payroll almost certainly will not rise. With that being the case, the prospect of the Cardinals competing in 25, even in a winnable NL Central, is suspect to do so. The Cardinals would need to pull off a complicated balancing act of moving some veteran talent while also acquiring players on cost-effective contracts and free agency and integrating prospects into the big league roster. It's an unfamiliar position, and with Chaim Bloom set to take over as president of baseball operations from John Mozeliak after next season, it's imperative to get through it as quickly as possible. His perfect transaction is...
Okay, let's hear it.
Ryan Helsley heads to the Blue Jays in exchange for Blue Jays prized prospects. Ryan Helsley to the Blue... Are you certain that he's going to be gone? I mean, I'm operating on the premise that it's a certainty that he's gone.
Well, I'm not certain. You wonder, what did he have, 49 saves last year?
How about I give you 5-1 on your money?
Well, I'm just not certain about it. Where would they have been last year without him?
Well, who cares? They didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah, but I'm at least... You can't say who cares. We won 83 games. If we'd won 65, that would have been okay. That would have been better.
I mean, no.
Better.
But if it's going to lead to a more prosperous future,
I'm not even saying they shouldn't trade him.
Sure.
I'm just saying, where would they have been last year without him? Yeah. If they had blown 9 or 10 of those saves that he shut down, they'd have been in really desperate shape.
Let me introduce you to John King. The man who was underutilized all year.
You really like this John King. What's going on with John King in you?
He's a ball player is what he is.
Fair enough.
Okay. Well, if you could get a true prize, everyone says their prospects are prized. Everyone's prospects are prized until they get here.
I clipped that off. The morning after, 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. We don't hold any rights.
That was a legit sports drop.
Yeah, I like that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is coming up. Design Air is online at designair.com. I'm a client. Doug's a client. Martin's a client. Why don't you become a client as well? It's colder and getting colder, unfortunately. Been super windy the last few days in the St. Louis area. It's fine. It's November 22nd. I mean, what else are you going to do? We had a nice run. But you want to make sure everything's firing on all cylinders because, Doug, a week from today, we have a low of 22 and a high of 32, and it's going to be sunny.
Stop.
I hate it.
High of what? 22?
Low of 22, high of 32.
Well, meteorological winter starts first day of December.
So, I mean,
it shouldn't surprise us too much.
You got to make sure your heaters are ready to go, and that's where you go to Seth Goldcamp and DesignAir.com, the longest-running sponsor on TMA. It's Design Air, sponsor of our email today. Coming up next here on the Morning After 101 ESPN. Boy, red leather pants. Think about it, Doug.
I don't own any red leather pants.
I don't know if I believe that. It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
There's a hole in my wardrobe.
Wear them down in Nashville this weekend.
I might.
Up
Get
and down
some action.
Broadway. Yeah, there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, BK and Ferrari are coming up at the top of the hour. It is now time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Ow! Let the record show. I figured I couldn't win again today. Just wanted to flex my useless trivia mind. Shout out to the douche that texted in Wednesday saying they should have won the tickets Tuesday and there's no way someone beat them. Smell my fastest finger, bud? That's from Mrs. Janny Shanahan, who won the tickets on Tuesday and would have won again today, but realizes that she was not eligible. Mrs. Janny Shanahan.
What's your fastest finger?
Clip that off.
I think Tim told you a couple days ago you want to find out.
Today's not my birthday, but if it was, my birthday wish would be another hour of Tim, because I would vote for him to be the radio show manager of the year after today's extraordinary show. But this email is about the first time I saw guy-on-guy bum fun. We were all in our underwear over at my buddy Cliff's house for our annual 6-3-1-2-3 Stratego tournament.
Come on.
His dad convinced us to all clothes restrict your movements and your mind. It was a real barn burner, back and forth and back, and then my buddy Cliff made a silly mistake. He forgot a spy cannot defuse a bomb. When he lost, he knew what was at stake. We all did. The host's father was the prize.
Oh, gosh. Only a minor can defuse a bomb in Stratego. Everyone knows that.
Stratego.
And what a prize he was. Mr. McCarthy was a big old guy. Kind of a Sebastian Cabot thing going on. Sebastian Cabot.
Yeah.
Is that Mr. Belvedere?
Oh, weird poll.
No, Sebastian Cabot was in the one with Buffy and Jody, Family Affair. Goes way back. He was the butler in Family Affair.
Mr. Belvedere.
A different guy. That was Bob Uecker, wasn't it?
He wasn't the butler. Nice show.
But he was in Belvedere.
He
right?
was Mr. Belvedere.
Just go to Nashville.
Cliff tried to warn his sleeping father. He yelled out, "Wolf, wolf!"
There you go.
But it was too late. My buddy Butchie was already taking a victory tour.
Oh.
An extended tour of duty inside Mr. Sullivan's keister.
What in the world?
I'm in the filtered file, right?
Yeah, that's the right file.
Can't let everything get through.
That's from Justin. His last name's Hizaz.
Justin Hizas.
Hey guys, this is a heterosexual public service announcement about the health of my bud.
Oh.
Today I had my quarterly proctologist appointment. The doctor told me that he... These are quarterly?
Quarterly.
You gotta stay on top of these things.
It's true.
Well,
polyps.
It becomes recreational if it's more than once a year.
The doctor told me that we need to get my hemorrhoid situation under control. This is my 6th banding procedure, so I know what to expect. Lucky for me, the Planned Parenthood, which is literally across the street, had protesters again. They were out in force today. Listen up, brother. If you had the choice between daily applications of ointment with your index finger, crab walking like Prod Joe after a quote-unquote night at the gym, or banding a hemorrhoid, I'll take the hemorrhoid banding all day. A life without white pant is not a life worth living. In summary, like the wise Olivia Moss Bradley once said, 6 up, 6 down. I'll be back again in 3 months to strangle the life out of these annoying little twerps. This holiday season, give thanks and fiber. That's from the Kansas City Gray Sexual.
Kansas City Gray Sexual.
What time is it? Due time, baby.
Yes, sir.
After being down on himself yesterday, Jackie Boy had a big bounce-back show today. His dossier was so strong that I actually doffed my cap toward my car radio like a self-righteous Cardinal fan, saluting Paul Skeens after 6 1/3 scoreless innings at Busch Stadium. You guys really have come a long way in the past 20 years. I vividly remember the time those kids disrupted your whole show when their walkie-talkies interfered with your low-wattage AM signal. And now you're on FM talking about big boy topics like monogram shawls. Bravo! In the old days, TMA used to spend entire segments breaking down a golf ball's single oscillation because an elderly man left a putt 50 feet short. And let's not forget the brilliant recurring sketches and bits that made you guys legends on HD2, like your scheduled weekly argument between 2 senior citizens competing in the Fantasy Sports Showdown. One angry old man would create a lineup of good ball strikers, while another different angry old man would randomly pick names out of a box, and the Commodores played in the background as they tried not to kill each other. And then on Monday, those same cranky old men would rehash every painstaking painstaking detail that argument as they came to the sad realization that their ineptitude actually costed charity money. Memories. That's from the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
And finally, sup caller Jen. Sup, Tim. For the record, I would favor the Baldwin Beer Bitch over caller Jen for the listener of the year, but caller Jen's stock rises with each call, so don't be a stranger. It was great having Franco Pinion back yesterday, like Jordan wearing the 4-5 on the latest edition of your 590 survival show where you roast the mumbling buffoon who was somehow put in charge by the boot guy. Just great to hear Frank busting balls and telling stories. Plus, it's an opportunity to revisit that time Frank read Dodom's filthy boy whore email. Oh, Libby Jack didn't clip that off in advance despite knowing who the mystery guest was? Nice show, prep, ass!
Yeah.
But surely during the last 18 minutes that Frank's been on the air, he's been able to get it queued up. No? Okay, no worries. Frank's great at killing time. Oh, he's going to bust out the Asian waiter impression like he's Mickey Rooney playing Mr. Yunioshi in 1961's Breakfast at Tiffany's. Time to take a break. Nope, we can't because 22 minutes into this call, we're still waiting on that audio. We keep teasing of Frank reading Dodom's email that Libby Jack apparently left in his other dossier. No worries. Frank can kill another 10 minutes telling a joke that won't get us canceled while over-explaining the rules of golf before we finally get to the filthy boy whore clip, then grind through 4 commercial breaks in 25 minutes. In all seriousness, the dysfunction led to great radio, and Libby Jack is a beautiful baby who bounced back today by recycling some wonderfully awkward post-game press conference clips. Enjoy your NBA Cup and do whatever it is you do that makes you sit funny, butt jokes, tee-hee, buck swope. And that's what we have for the designer heating and cooling email today. Doug, what you got?
Buck swope.
Kansas City Gray Sexual.
Buck Swope.
Buck Swope is one. It is tied to JV Golf Coach. Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of this program. They're local. They were founded in 1979, and they love the show. Ed Herman, Andy Crouppen, and Terry Crouppen coming into studio every Tuesday here on this program. With Brown and Crouppen, you get great service and great results. They're the winningest. They're the kindest with a strong voice, and they're an advocate for you, and they're local. If you're in a spot where you need Brown and Crouppen services, you want somebody who is going to be in the area, and that's what they are. We know them. We recommend them. Call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results. In every case, it's different. It must be judged on its own accord. Time for us to go. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.